welcome back everyone after this lunch, and we are going to start with the paper presentations. But before we do that, I have a very small request for all of you. As you know that I already told you that I run a YouTube channel. I'm a YouTube content creator, and so I would request all of you to please show me a little bit support by subscribing to my channel. It won't cost you anything. It won't take anything from you except for a minute of your time. A minute of your time can mean a very big support for me. So I'm going to leave a link to my YouTube channel in the chat box. Please make sure that you subscribe to my channel. I promise you it won't take more than a minute of your time. And now for the paper presentations, I am going to request Mr. Srivastava to start with the paper presentations.
Hello, welcome back after the break. We are all here now again for the webinar. We are also waiting for a lot of people to join us because very few number of people are seen here. So I would request all of you to please switch on your videos, because unless you switch on your videos, we can't know whether you have joined us or not. Can you please switch on your videos? Could you please switch on your videos, please? All of you connected in this meeting, could you please switch on your videos? Dr. KRG Sheshu Kumar, can you switch on your video? Dr. USR Raju, can you switch on your video?
Namaste, sir.
Namaste. How are you, Dr. Sheshu Kumar?
Fine, sir. Fine, Andy. Sir, namaste, sir.
I am always very happy to see you, because in all my webinars and seminars, if I see anybody else or not, I will find Sheshu Kumar, Dr. Sheshu Kumar always there.
Thank you, sir. It is your goodness and greatness, sir. It is because of your goodness and greatness, Andy.
That's not my goodness, sir. It's your greatness that you are giving me an opportunity to meet you. You people are so busy. It is very difficult for me to meet you people. So you are giving me this opportunity to meet you.
Okay, sir. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Dr. USR Raju, can you switch on your video, please? Government Degree College Women Vishakha, can you please switch on your video? Lakshmi Devi, please switch on your video. Lalita Krishna, please switch on your video. Nirmala Suri Setti, yes, your video is on. And okay, so now we start with the presentation of papers. Before we bring in some other speaker here now, we have a lot of other speakers also who are going to speak on the topic, but I would like all of you who are present here, if you can present your papers, because that is my main motive. All the teachers must have an opportunity to present papers. And we are giving full time to all the paper presenters, and we are encouraging that because you should have recognition of your hard work throughout the world. So we start with the paper presentation now, and I would like to call upon Mrs. S.P. Adi Lakshmi Devi, lecturer, Dr. Lankapalli Bhullaiya College, Vishakhapatnam.
Good afternoon, sir.
The topic is career opportunities in English language and literature. Dr. Adi Lakshmi, are you there?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Please switch on your video. We can't
Video
see you.
is on. Oh,
Yes. Now we can see you. Okay. You start your presentation and tell us something about you and your college first.
yes, sir. Sir, I'm Adilakshmi Devi from Vishakhapatnam, Dr. Lankapalli Bullaya College. And I am
But why your
working.
video is getting switched off? Your video is switched off again. Can everybody see Dr. Lakshmi, please?
No, we cannot see.
So please switch on your video because
Yes,
this
we
is
can
going
see
live.
her now. We can see her now.
Yes, now we can see. Okay.
Okay.
Please carry on, doctor. Yes.
I'm from Dr. Lankapalli Bullaya College, sir. And I'm working as English teacher for UG students, undergraduate students. And I have been working as a degree lecturer for the past 5 years. And this is the fifth year. This is the fifth year of my experience in teaching English for graduates or undergraduates. I also take classes for IGNO for PG students as well as BA students, and that's only a part-time. As Bulai College is a study center for IGNO, we take classes for them twice a year, sir. And coming to my paper, and let me show. Is the paper visible, sir? Is it?
You are presenting something now. Yes, it is.
Yeah, okay. So my right. My topic is career opportunities in English language and literature. The paper which I am presenting is not a final one. I have gathered all important points so that I can say the main points in five minutes. And coming to the first point, we see that there is lot of not balance. I mean, the science students are more and the literature students are very less. If not in North India, especially we can see this in South India. It varies with states. The number of students for BSc is always more when compared to BA, and that too literature students are very less. From the point can be limited to Vishakhapatnam or Andhra Pradesh. These are Telugu speaking states. People who take literature are very less. So we need to correct this imbalance. If people, the reason for this imbalance is because unawareness of the opportunities with the literature. Literature can be or Telugu or Hindi or English, but people do not know the opportunities related to the subjects of these language subjects. So to need to bring down this imbalance, I have chosen this topic. We all know that the paper is limited to English language. We all know that language is a media, and English has become a world language, I mean, a global language where our mother tongue can be anything, but people who can speak English or understand English, or they can communicate in English, can travel worldwide. Not only India, they can go worldwide. So if the scope is so much, if the media is global, then the opportunities also will be global. And we need to understand that language is only a media. Media means the media can be for any subject, for any job. So the opportunities which are related with English language is also more. So next point. When learning, being a literature student, the importance of being a literature student, along with developing communication skills, it can be speaking or writing or listening or reading. Along with these communication skills, a literature student develops a comprehensive skills, analyzing skills, rational mind. A literature student develops the institute of questioning, reasoning skills. So, and also there is character development. A literature student is always bold. I mean, after reading so many books, definitely there will be a change in the character, and that also gives, the knowledge also gives them the ability to question. They are not mostly they are not blind followers. That is what we need to bring in student, the ability to question. Now coming to combinations with literature. Different college gives different combinations. In my college, for example, the combination with BA Special English is psychology and journalism. Usually, journalism is a very common combination. Uh, many colleges offer literature combination with journalism, but psychology is an excellent combination because literature is very close to history and psychology. History because there is a transparent line between literature and history. Literature mostly deals with history, sometimes directly, sometimes indirectly, whereas psychology, we analyze the characters. So that is how psychology is also related to literature. So journalism, psychology, and English is an excellent combination for literature students. There are very good universities and colleges, top universities and colleges all over India offering BA English literature. And we can opt for, there is scope of doing anywhere in the country. Coming to how teachers are affected during lockdown. Everything is affected, not even a single human being is left out. Everybody's jobs are affected. Teachers' jobs are mostly affected because when schools and universities are closed down, there is no work for teachers. And the ironic thing is, even though teachers work from home, it is not considered as work. Because many of my colleagues or whom I know, language teachers, when this lockdown is, by phase, they're putting down this lockdown. Only core group subject teachers are allowed to take online classes. Literature teachers or language teachers, English or Hindi or any language teachers are not given chance to take online classes. Out of many cases, this is one of them. When I question why language teachers are not, because they are not giving importance to this subject. Only core subjects are given importance. And if language teachers take online classes, they also have to be paid. So the problem has come to when we are coming down, down to the point of the triangle. Language teachers are mostly affected. Even then, there is one positive point for English teachers, because even during lockdown, and this among importance also, English teachers are given importance, and other teachers or mother tongue teachers, it can be Hindi or something else, are not given importance. So teachers are mostly affected. Here, one point there was a panic among teachers. They created a group and they are forming riots and everything. So this created panic among teachers because they lost their livelihood. I have a point here. Teachers, any subject teacher, of course, we all know that we are concentrating on marks and ranks, but it's not that. We should not concentrate on that. We should concentrate on the behavior and growth of the child. It is our responsibility to teach life skills. It is our responsibility to teach life skills. We have to give more importance to life skills than subject related to subject, than ranks or marks, which is not being done in many schools and colleges. This is not given importance to life skills. Okay, if we have to teach life skills, what is the use of life skills? Generally, by the time the student achieves 17 years or 18 years, he or she should be able to be independent, be able to take care of herself or himself in every way, even financially. Life skills should be in such a way that a student should be able to live independently by the age of 18. When a teacher's responsibility is to make a student to live a life, Why should a teacher go panic when some livelihood is stopped, when teaching is stopped? So my point is, when I asked these questions, many teachers said that I don't know anything except teaching. So here the point is, a teacher, instead of only teaching, should be able to develop in many other ways. Okay, a teacher should not train herself to teach only on blackboard using chalk and dust. No, should be able to teach even online. There are many teachers who cannot do that. So they need not be tech savvy, but they should have basic computer skills, basic knowledge in computers, which is lacking in many teachers. So if we are an English teacher, any teacher, teachers should have other skills too, along with teaching in a real classroom on blackboard using a chalk piece. They should be able to use many other teaching aids other than only blackboard. So I have brought this point because I saw teachers who cannot use computers. Now the problem is, management is thinking whether to retain them or not in today's pandemic situation. So let's not give that chance to the management. We should be able to develop ourselves. Teaching differs with age groups. Age groups, we know there's a Montessori training for kindergartens. Their teaching for those small children is different with the higher school standards. It is different with adolescents or degree college students, and it is different with adults, complete adults. For example, there are many spoken English institutes. People from different areas come there, and people from age groups of 18 to 60 also will be there. So our mindset should be in such a way that to whom we are teaching, we should know to whom we are keep in mind to whom, which age group we are teaching, and accordingly we should know, we should have our skills to teach a particular age group. And activity based teaching, we all know that now today it is not teacher centered, but it is student centered classroom. Teacher is only a facilitator. So we should develop activity based teaching, even though everybody says this every time, activity based teaching should be given importance, but still many teachers are not following, and that will make the class monotonous. To make class lively and to bring down the difference between, or large difference between teaching children and adults, to bring down this difference, activity based teaching is very helpful. And there are people now, the latest thing is India is the second largest English speaking country. Actually, this point should go first, because if if there are so many people who are speaking English in India, which means even though there are so many people who are speaking English in India, the percentage people who speak proper English or with less grammatical errors are very, very less. Very less. And there was also a survey saying that when this corporates, when they have come for campus interviews, they have clearly said, not in my college, but it has come out in newspapers, that overall when they went to so many colleges, maybe around Andhra Pradesh or so, many students, only 6% of the students are able to speak proper English, and all are from English medium. So when the problem is there with the students in speaking, then again it is giving scope for many people, or people who have good background in English. They have scope to become spoken English trainers. And at least in my area, I can see one spoken English institute in at least one lane in the heart of the city, where the employability is also increasing. They want more number of spoken English teachers, and The degree they need is, irrespective of the any degree, if they are able to speak good English, they are taken as a trainer. Okay, this is one more positive thing that we can see. N number of jobs are there. I was saying that due to lack of awareness on the opportunities based on English language and literature, mostly English language, people do not opt this group, but there are lots of jobs available with a handsome salary. And teaching is actually in India, or at least in my place, the uh, salary is very less when it compared to private schools or colleges, but in other countries it is more. So other than teaching is very common. Any subject. If I'm from maths, if I do MSc in maths, I can become a maths teacher, or if a science teacher. If you are PG or a graduate student, you can become a teacher for school or college. Other than teaching, we need to look at. So there are a number of opportunities, and all of them bring good salaries. All these are this is the list of the few things which I have pasted here. All these are related to, or mostly related to, writing. So a teacher, English teacher, or a person who wants to take any job with good English background, or BA literature or MA literature, they have to have excellent writing skills. Excellent writing skills, because most of the jobs which are related to a BA literature or MA literature is for journalism or media. Media is again a vast thing. Media is many. TV is there, newspaper is there. And when it is come to newspaper, bringing news, saying something, editing, proofreading, everything is there. So all this is again related with very good writing skills. One has to develop writing skills to have more opportunities with literature as language, or literature as background. And opportunities are also available at both private and government sectors. People who are from literature background can also go take law, and to boost their employability skills, I have already told that they have to first have good writing skills. They should be updated with current affairs, and they should be very creative. Especially English teacher, definitely an English teacher should be very, very creative, because I said our teaching should be activity based. When it is activity based, of course we can get a number of activities from internet. At the same time, depending upon the strength of the classroom or students we are teaching, depending on their background, our activity also should be changed. So then and there, we should be very instinct in modifying the activity which we have come prepared. So that creative mind should be there to the teacher. All this help for good teaching skills. And here I also want to bring one point, that online teaching. Yes, I have attended a couple of sessions when Bensi madam was telling about online teaching. That was an excellent session. She have given a wonderful explanation about SWOT analysis, and when questions raised about online teaching, threats and challenges, she has given a wonderful answer. Here, we cannot, the problems associated with medical things like dryness of eyes or listening things, these threats cannot be changed into opportunities, but we can reduce them. And the reason also she has given, the solution also she has given, saying that first of all, don't threaten the children. Second thing is very long hours, 5 hours. I saw school children sticking to their mobile or system for 5 long hours of listening to the class. That is not good. My child also complained that there is problem with the eyes. When he went for checkup, first question doctor asked, are you listening to online classes? When he said yes, then the solution is you have to wet your eyes always. The eyes are becoming dry. That's the problem with your eyes. And when my younger son went to, also got a problem here. Then the question again, are you listening to online classes? Yes. So that is the problem. It is affecting, I mean, lot of pressure is there. That's the problem. So the problems are there. So we can limit them. We cannot change these threats into opportunities, but we can limit them by limiting the hours of online class. Very small children are given for 4 hours, 5 hours. That is not good because these are not normal classes. So, and that too, learning online means we are putting some stress. We are using all our senses to understand something that brings a lot of stress on mind, eyes or ears, everything. So, watching movie or something else, that is different. For movie after movie, watching movies like that, that is different. But learning, we are putting a lot of stress. So long hours of learning on screen is not suggestible. And also I want to give one small example here from my experience. Yeah, 4 years back I went to British Council workshop in Hyderabad. British Council, there was one activity, and in that activity a question was raised. Can children be given task? Can we give a task to the children where they can use screen time for 2 hours? That was a question I clearly remember. Many people said no. Many people said no, and it was only me who said yes. And that trainer was shocked, and he said, how can you give 2 hours for a child to learn on screen? And I was a little taken aback. What a sin I did, saying such a wrong answer. But today, not 2 hours, 4 or 5 hours the children are using screen. This should not be continued, as this pandemic may continue for another few more months. So online classes also will continue. But even though we resume our normal classes, we cannot leave this practice of taking online classes, because it's a blended learning now. It's a blended learning. Some online and some offline, synchronous, asynchronous, all these new things we are coming across now. So it's just like English. Once we have learned with adopted from British, we are not leaving it. We are holding it to it, as well as with our mother tongue. In the same way, with the normal classes, we can use this online teaching for, even though we resume normal classes, we can use it for, at times we can use it instead of completely leaving it. But here again, even through online, we can make classes active. Many students are saying that, or not many students, 50% of the students are saying that they are interested in online learning, and they want to continue also. But 50% of the students say no. Reasons can be many. It can be an internet issue, or it can be maybe that human touch is lost with this virtual learning. So it can be a reason. That can also be a reason. But 50% of students are saying no. One of the reasons can be um, the like, if we make the class activity based, interact, even online class activity based or interactive based, we can make students sit in their places. This was the point which was raised in the morning Bensi ma'am's session. So we can make them sit in the places. At times here, many teachers are saying that do not put your video on, only audio on. Only when teacher asks, they have to put their video on. So because we are on different, if it's a classroom, it's a common platform. If we are at house, it's if there are 30 people, 30 different platforms. So all houses may not look good, or there can be disturbances, somebody moving around. So that can be the reason they want to put the video off, and we don't know what the child is doing, whether listening or not, if when audio is also off. So at times in between the class, when we call their names or give some activities, now it's your turn to respond, it's your turn to write something, that that can make the student sit at the place or in the classroom. And other thing is, activity based learning makes students attractive, make online classes attractive. Recently we attended a faculty development program for 5 days, conducted by one of good colleges in Vishakhapatnam. And we came across, or we have learned so many online apps which can make classes very interesting, very interesting. And uh, and I have also come to know that many countries are using, even in India also, are using these apps since or yeah, since 2010. That means for 10 or more than 10 years, which we don't know even the, or I don't know even the names of some of most of them. So when we make use of these online apps, which are many apps are free, available free, some are paid. So if we can make use of these apps, we can make online teaching very interesting. Why this point has come? Because once the teaching is more activity based or interesting and attractive, um, it grabs more opportunities. Yeah, this is about linguistics. This is also a branch of literature, linguistics, and these are different. In linguistics, we can see phonetics, phonology, morphology, syntax, semantics, and pragmatics. These are different again chapters in linguistics topics. So one has to be good at these topics, because one may can become phonetician if one knows phonetics very well. And regarding linguistics, regarding linguistics if we do linguistics, I mean linguistics or um, yeah, I mean linguistics, there is again it increases the scope of opportunity with literature background. Linguistics, it's a science, the scientific study of language at word level, I mean sound, in sounds, word level, sentence level, okay, meaning level and everything. And the jobs which are related with the linguistics is um, like computational linguist, language analyst, analytical linguist, and like this. If you are a linguist, it helps in machine translation. I mean, like computer assisted language learning, and translator. One can become a very good translator. Many of my friends are have taken translation as one of the papers in the MA literature, and they are doing translations with Google now, Google, and they are getting a very good package. So that is a very interesting job that we can find with a literature background. And yeah, aviation. Recently, I went to one interview where it's an Indian Airlines. There, they asked literature background. They did not specify linguistics, but linguistics is given preference, and almost all the question they asked was in phonetics. Along with this, we what if we can do this course, the International Civil Aviation Organization (ICAO), if we do this course, or at least if we have knowledge in this, then the job is easily achievable with a very high package. And this international ICAO, we can download the books online if you do not do any, or if there is no course available near. We can download the book online and read it and get the terms of these are job jargons. There are some jargons, I mean terms which we need to remember. If you read this, then we can go into aviation industry as a trainer. Translator, yeah, translation is there in every sector. We should know industry's jargons if we have to become a, if we want to become a translator, and that too translation is also specified. There are specified areas, it's for science or law and everything. Forensic linguist, very interesting and exciting job. I find it very interesting and exciting because forensic linguists perform language analysis on emergency calls, suicide letters, threat communications. Um, we can see that many language teachers, including me, my background, I mean, in degree, I have done BSc with biochemistry and geology and chemistry. But coming to PG, it's master in MA English. So, like me, there are many language teachers who are from science background, and they have jumped into arts. So, for those teachers, they find, or students who are like this, they find this being a forensic linguist very interesting and exciting job. It's a thrilling job too, if you start enjoying. So, lexicographer, yes, compile and editing dictionaries. And coming to emotional intelligence, why I mentioned here, like it is again related to life skills. When a teacher is teaching life skills to the students, there is also an assumption that how can we teach life skills, or why there are no good number of activities to do or teach life skills for literature students. But that is wrong. No, that's completely wrong. If you are really creative, we can do life skills activities with the literature students. Emotional intelligence is a part of that. As a part of that, being a teacher, finally we have to mold a student for a better life. Better life means one will be successful only with good emotional intelligence. How to cope up, example, this pandemic. If teachers themselves go panic because of this, what of their children in household? We have to teach them not to go panic in any situation. That is one of the emotional intelligence, how to cope up in the pandemic or panic situations. Okay, so emotional intelligence is also a part of that. I have seen many of my colleagues are very good motivational speakers because they know very good language. So very good language. And one more very important thing that I want to tell is English teachers. It can be primary or secondary or higher secondary teachers. They should be trained. Uh, they should be trained teachers, and a diploma in PGDTA, postgraduate diploma in teaching English from this IFLU, that is English and Foreign Language University of Hyderabad. It's my opinion that teachers should do this program because our way of teaching changes, and that influence a lot. That influences children as well as teachers. And if we have to become a translator along with English, we should have very good grip on one more language. Better if we have grip on our mother tongue. Because nowadays we see many students saying that family is from, let's say, Hindi or Telugu, but they study English medium, and finally they turn out to be not speaking English properly and Hindi or Telugu properly. So this is the situation. So we have to be good at any two languages. Then we can become translator. Also, we can do translations. And all these points, if we observe closely in this digital world, many of them we can do it online. Even during pandemic or this pandemic situation, also we no need to stop our career. We no need to, along with teaching, if we are skilled with so many things, then definitely we can survive, we can live. And a question may be like, how can we be very creative? I'm not very creative mind, but that is wrong because we can learn anything. Creativity is not talent, it is a skill. It can be a skill. So we should know good mother, we should be uh, the mother tongue. I mean, we should be good with one more language. Better it is a mother tongue, and computer knowledge should be there. Computer literacy. Teachers also should know how to type. They should have good typing skills, and some knowledge on technology, current affairs, and organization skills, and all these things. Yeah. So like along with the teaching and other skills, we should be skilled with attitude, good attitude, character, and behavior, which is common for any any employment, and these are the different websites which I referred for few points, along with along with some things, a few points which I shared from my experience. Yes, sir.
There is some sound from your background, from your house, ma'am.
College, sir, college.
College. Okay. There's a lot of noise from there. Okay. Now,
Sorry for that.
very nice presentation you have given, and it was very interesting. Not only interesting, it was informative also. And mm, the most important thing is what you have mentioned in your paper is the physical health of a child, of the student, during the online education. This I have been talking not from today, not during the COVID period, but I am talking since long back, that if the children are forced to view their mobiles like this, because everybody can't have a desktop, everybody can't have 36 inches monitors, and everybody can't have, in the remote corners of villages, they can't afford to have, they are poor also. And earlier it was just a hobby that people and the children used to use mobile phones for everything, but now it has become a necessity because government also says you have to go for online education. There is no other kind of method that the government has thought of coming out with that can at least save the eyes. You are talking of your child who is suffering some eye problem and ear problem. I myself, I am sitting on the television for last 5 6 on the monitor for last 5 6 months due to this COVID-19. And earlier I did not have, but now I am having lot of dry eye problem. A lot of other problem with the eye, and I had to make a specialized spectacles for me, which is called blue light filter and anti-glare. So unless these things, and the village people staying in remote corners will not have that facility also, and the children and their parents cannot even afford that, because as it is, we all know that India is a country, majority consists of poor. And what happens? How do they do that? So the most important thing is, I don't talk of the management, I don't talk of the government, but yes, whoever is governing us is the sole responsibility of that agency to make sure that every people is healthy, because as per the constitution, our first fundamental right is healthy living. So we can't say that your management is not doing or whatever. And now today you see education has become all commercialized things. So you take education, you don't take education, I'm not bothered, you study, you don't study. I am a teacher, I am getting 10,000 rupees because I am a temporary teacher, I'm not satisfied, so I'm going to other places looking for some other alternative source of income. So why should I spend more time on the children? There are a lot of other issues also, which are the major factors for the deterioration of the quality of the education every day. Why are the children deprived of good education? And why did we have to come out for a right to education? Is it not mentioned in the directive principles of Constitution of India that every child up to the age of 14 years has a compulsory right to free education and fair education? And if it is a fair education, why a convent separate? Why a government school separate? Standards are different. Why that discrimination? Why a village child should study in a hut and which doesn't have a seating arrangement, which doesn't have a blackboard arrangement, and the many of the schools you will find is running under the tree. So if after 74, 75 years, we are at this kind of stage, and then we take a very good plea of, oh, we have so much huge population. Sir, did you not know? My question is, sir, did you not know at the time of contesting the election that the population of India is so much? Then you said, I will come and do everything. But what now? Now population is too much. At that time also you knew it, na? When there is a program that has to trickle down from the top to the bottom, it takes 60 years because every government says I need 60, 65 years for a program to reach nook and corner, every nook and corner of the country. But when it comes to election, in just 24 hours, the leaders will also reach at the remotest corner of the village. The posters will also reach. The pamphlets will also reach. Every information will reach. And all other media will reach to win the election. The motive is to win election. Let the children, let the student be deprived of education. Doesn't matter. If they are deprived, then only we'll get vote. Otherwise, how do we get votes? That is the main issue. Otherwise, whatever you have said, this is the major concern. The health is of prime importance, but nobody is bothered. Every child today, you must be seeing that they are wearing specs. What is that? Nobody is concerned about that. So you have rightly said all these things, and thank you very much. I am really grateful that you people have at least presented your paper so nicely and you have spoken so well. I am happy with that also. And please continue this. You should write papers, research, so that these things must go to everybody. Most majority people in the world should be benefited by your work. Otherwise, what is the use of work? I'm really grateful that you have taken the pain of coming here and presenting your paper. Thank you very much once again. And
thank you so much, sir.
You wait here for the announcement who is going to get the best paper presenters award, who is going to get the best papers award, and best speakers award. All those things also we are having here.
Okay,
it is just. And one more thing, I wanted to just respond to your thing that you were a chemistry student and then you came into English. Why was that?
I was fascinated towards literature from my school because of course, your point is very valid here. Why should there be a difference between standards? But there is difference, like ICSE and SSC and CBSE. Actually, there should be one syllabus. There should be only one syllabus, not so many syllabus. It is creating deviations or variations among parents in parents' mind and even among students. So the variation is only in teaching. Even in state syllabus also, if our teaching changes, there is no difference between any syllabus. Anyway, I am from ICSE, so language depth was more in school itself. So somehow I have that bent of mind towards literature. It also depends upon people who teach us. So I thought, okay, even though science student, my second option, a person should have two options, I believe. Option A and option B. When option A is it's not being available, if we are unable to take option A, there should be something else. And my option is literature, B. So.
Okay. now my actually I really don't know what is the fact, but what I thought was that ICSE basically is meant for children of the VIPs. Maybe you were a daughter of a VIP, so you were put to ICSE board, and others are put to CBSE board. All general and common people are put to CBSE board. So was
I'm
that
daughter
was that
I'm daughter of Vishakhapatnam Port Trust. No VIP, sir. Vishakhapatnam Port Trust. Port, sir.
What was your father? So what was your father?
Senior electrician, sir.
So then definitely you might have taken recommendation from somebody. See, what I have heard is ICSE is meant only for VIPs. Kendriya Vidyalaya is only meant for VIPs. You can't go there. You can't take admission. Rest of the people you have to study CBSE. And why all this, I don't know.
In 1980s, it was not easy to achieve a seat in English medium school, and people used to, they used to go to school at early morning, 3 o'clock, and wait there for 3 or 4 hours. It was like that. Somehow, by God's grace, I was into it's not KV, sir, it's not Kendriya Vidyalaya. There are many ICSE schools in Vishakhapatnam, like Vishakha Valley, Timpani. There are many schools. So I'm from one among them. My teachers, maybe the influence of my teachers made me special interest in literature.
In Delhi also you have same kind. Delhi public school.
Okay.
And these are all owned by big politicians. So what the problem here is that you talked about standard and so many other things. I thought it was discrimination. Commonwealth people versus the VIPs. So that could be one of the, maybe I am wrong. I'm not saying I'm totally correct, but maybe this was in my mind, that why ICSE is not everywhere, or why CBSE is not everywhere. Is CBSE inferior to ICSE, or ICSE is superior to CBSE? What is it? What is actually it? And why there should be two? If there is an MBBS, it should be of same standard. If there is a schooling of class 10 and class 12, it should be of the same standard. The study should be same. The education system should be same. The teachers of the same quality. Everything should be same, so that the child is not deprived of education. If the child is staying in a village, then he says, sir, my standard is very poor. Why? Because I studied in a village. What is that?
Yes, that's true.
I don't understand what kind of difference it is. So anyway, this is beyond the scope of the webinar that I am discussing with you. It's not actually to be discussed. Your paper presentation was wonderful, marvelous, and speaking style, your of expression, everything was wonderful. I congratulate you on that. God has given you a good speaking skill. Please.
Thank you, sir. I owe you for my presentation.
Keep presenting your paper so that everybody in this world should know, yes, who is Dr. Lakshmi Devi. What is your name? Lakshmi? Adi Lakshmi. Yes.
No, doctor.
Should be known to everybody in the world. Why should you stay in a village? What is the reason?
You have given me title, doctorate title.
Should be able to send their students, their children to big people. Others are not allowed to, is it? No, everybody has the right to do that. And we are also VIPs. They may be very important persons, but we are very inferior persons, VIPs. But we are also very important. When the election date comes, then we are very important. Then we are MIP, most important person, not VIP. Anyway, thank you very much. And who is the second person? I will like to invite Dr. Srivastava Nirmala, lecturer in Hindi, Government Junior College for Girls, Visakhapatnam. चिकित्सा के क्षेत्र में रोजगार की संभावनाएं. Is Dr. Srivastava Nirmala available there? Is she connected to us? Doctor, yes, she is there. But please unmute your audio. Please unmute. You are mute. You are on mute. Please unmute your audio.
Sir, क्या आप मुझे सुन सकते हैं? सर, क्या आप मुझे सुन सकते हैं?
Can everyone hear Dr. Suri Sethi?
Yes.
Can
क्या आप
everyone
मुझे
hear?
सुन सकते
Yes,
हैं?
sir. Yes.
Yes, you are audible. निर्मला सुनाई देती है।
Nirmala garu.
ठीक ठीक।
सुनाई
धन्यवाद
दे।
सभी को मेरा नमस्ते। मैं विशाखापट्टनम गवर्नमेंट जूनियर कॉलेज गर्ल्स, आपके जो विशाखापट्टनम के जो सुधा, इन सबका जो कॉलेज है वहीं मेरा भी कॉलेज है। मैं वहाँ की जूनियर कॉलेज में अध्यापिका हूँ। और आज सुबह से वेबिनार का जो ये बातों का जो दौर चल रहा है, इसमें बहुत ही रोचक बातें जो पता चली हैं, मतलब सुनने में घर में बैठे बैठे जैसा एक माहौल हो गया है कि हम लोग एक ही तरह की चीज़ों से बंधे हुए हैं। आज बहुत नई नई बातों को सुनने का, जानने का मौका मिला और ये बहुत अच्छी बात है कि हम सब ऐसे मिल पा रहे हैं और इतनी अच्छी बातों को जान पा रहे हैं। तो आज मैं आप सबका ज़्यादा समय नहीं लूँगी। मैंने चिकित्सा के क्षेत्र में हम और क्या क्या कर सकते हैं या फिर कैसी संभावनाएं हैं रोजगार की, इस विषय पर मैंने कुछ अपने पॉइंट्स तैयार किए हैं, मैं आप सबके साथ साझा करना चाहूँगी। और उम्मीद है कि जैसा कि हम लोगों ने एक सोच के रखा होता है कि कोई भी रोजगार का जो एक अवसर होता है या एक तरीका होता है, जिस तरीके का उसी तरीके का ना रह करके हम कुछ अलग तरीके से, कुछ नए तरीके से हम ये कोशिश कर सकते हैं, क्योंकि हमारे पास अभी कोई रास्ता भी नहीं है। क्योंकि हम सब जानते हैं कि कोविड-19 के बाद जो है नौकरियों का जाना बहुत साधारण सी बात हो गई है और कार्य क्षेत्र भी कम हो गए हैं, सब लोग खुल नहीं रहे हैं, सब कुछ बंद होता चला जा रहा है। तो फिर ऐसे समय में हमें किसी ऐसे नए क्षेत्र की तलाश करनी पड़ेगी जहां हम अपनी सेवाएं भी दे सकें, जहां लोग भी उसका लाभ उठा सकें। तो इसलिए मैंने चिकित्सा के क्षेत्र को चुना है और इस संबंध में मैंने कुछ पॉइंट्स तैयार किए हैं, मैं बताना चाहूंगी आप सबको। मैं अपना स्क्रीन आप सबसे मैंने जो तैयार किया है वो शेयर करना चाहूंगी। आप आशा है आप सब जो है सुनेंगे। और लेकिन मुझे ये बात बहुत अच्छी लगी कि जब हम किसी एक चीज को जानने की कोशिश करते हैं तो बहुत नई नई चीजें जो है हमें पता चलती हैं और जिससे बहुत सारी नई बातों को हमें पता चलता है। और मैंने जब ये पेपर तैयार करने की कोशिश की तो मुझे बहुत सारी नई नई बातों की जानकारी मिली। तो मुझे लगा कि जैसे जिन चीज़ों को मैं आपके साथ अभी बांटना चाहती हूँ, विदेशों में वो चीज़ें बहुत ही साधारण तौर पर वो लोग उसका इस्तेमाल करते हैं और यही कारण है कि वहाँ रोजगार के अवसर ज़्यादा होते हैं। और जैसे कि आज सवेरे विनय जी से बात हो रही थी कि सब कुछ वहाँ इतना कुछ बेहतर है कि बच्चे हमारे बच्चे जो है वहाँ जाके काम करना चाहते हैं। इस बारे में हम लोगों ने डिस्कस किया था। तो इन सब का कारण यही है कि वो लोग अपनी संभावनाओं को पूरी तरह इस्तेमाल कर पाते हैं और हम लोग नहीं कर पाते। तो मैं चिकित्सा के क्षेत्र में हमारी क्या क्या संभावनाएं हैं, कि क्षेत्र क्या है, इस सब के संबंध में मैं अपने विचार आप सबसे बांटना चाहूंगी। देखिए, मैंने चिकित्सा का क्षेत्र जो है, सबसे पहले भारत में चिकित्सा के क्षेत्र के विषय में मैं यह कहना चाहूंगी कि भारत के देश में, हमारे जैसे देश में स्वास्थ्य संबंधी सुविधाएं जो है हमारे लिए बहुत एक बड़ी बात रही है, क्योंकि हमारी आधारभूत सुविधाओं की तरफ ही हम ज़्यादा ध्यान देते हैं, क्योंकि हमारी बहुत बड़ी आबादी जो है आधारभूत सुविधाओं से वंचित है, ये सब हम जानते हैं। लेकिन चिकित्सा का क्षेत्र भी उसी आधारभूत सुविधाओं में से आता है। तो जैसे कि हम जानते हैं कि प्रति व्यक्ति चिकित्सक जो होता है, डॉक्टर जो होता है, जैसे मैंने इस आर्टिकल को तैयार करते समय पढ़ा था कि प्रति व्यक्ति चिकित्सक जो है, ये WHO कहते हैं कि हर 1000 आदमी के पीछे एक चिकित्सक होना चाहिए। लेकिन हमारे यहाँ ये थोड़ा ज़्यादा कम है, हमारे यहाँ इतना मतलब ये गैप ज़्यादा है कि डॉक्टर जो है जितने होने चाहिए उस हिसाब से नहीं है डॉक्टर। तो उसके लिए जो है गवर्नमेंट ने बहुत सारे प्रयत्न किए हैं और ये प्रयत्न अभी भी जारी हैं। जैसे नए कॉलेजों का बनाया जाना और उनमें सीटों को बढ़ाया जाना, ये सब हर साल हम न्यूज़पेपर्स में वगैरह में पढ़ते ही रहते हैं कि कुछ नए कॉलेज बने या नए सीट उसमें और जोड़े गए। तो ये सब जो है प्रयत्न है, कुछ किए जा रहे हैं, जिससे स्थिति में थोड़ा सुधार आ रहा है। और जो है इस संबंध में लेकिन निजी प्रयत्न और सरकारी प्रयत्न भी बहुत कुछ किए जा सकते हैं। अभी बहुत संभावनाएं हैं। लेकिन इसका जो एक गैप है कि जब हम लोग ये सोचते हैं कि इतने सारे डॉक्टर्स हैं, इतने प्रयत्न किए जा रहे हैं, फिर भी डॉक्टरों का अभाव क्यों है। तो यहाँ मैं ये एक चीज आप सबसे साझा करना चाहूंगी कि जो क्षेत्र रहते हैं, जैसे हमारे दूर दराज के क्षेत्र रहते हैं, जो ग्रामीण इलाका है, वो ज्यादा वंचित रह जाता है इन सब से। जो हमें शहरों में बहुत सी सुविधाएं हमें मिल जाती हैं कुल मिला के किसी न किसी तरह से, पैसे खर्च करके या किसी न किसी तरह से हम वो सुविधा हम लोग ले लेते हैं। लेकिन ग्रामीण इलाकों में, दूर दराज के क्षेत्रों में लोग जो है कई समस्याएं वो लोग झेलते हैं, जिसका जो परिणाम होता है, कभी कभी हमें बहुत, हमने न्यूज़पेपर्स में वगैरह देखते रहते हैं कि बहुत कठिन परिस्थितियों में लोगों को उन सुविधाओं को से वंचित रहना पड़ता है, या फिर पाने के लिए बहुत लंबी जो है उनका जर्नी से लंबा करना पड़ता है, या फिर बहुत मुश्किलों के साथ वो उस जगह तक पहुंच जाते हैं जहां उनको वो डॉक्टरी सुविधाएं, चिकित्सीय सुविधाएं जहां उनको उपलब्ध हो सके। तो इस संबंध में मेरा ये कहना है कि इस संबंध में सरकारी प्रयत्न भी किए जा सकते हैं और निजी क्षेत्र में भी किए जा सकते हैं, किसी भी तरीके से। तो हमारा लक्ष्य सिर्फ ये होना चाहिए कि वहाँ जो सामान्य जनता है उन तक सभी सुविधाएं पहुंचाई जा सकें। तो ये चिकित्सा के क्षेत्र हैं। तो इसमें समस्याएं क्या है? अभी देखिए, चिकित्सा के संबंध में हम जब समस्याएं, हमारे देश में जब चिकित्सा के संबंध में हम समस्याओं का सोचना शुरू करते हैं तो बहुत लंबी लिस्ट है इसकी, लेकिन मैंने कुछ को आपको दिखाने का प्रयत्न किया है कि सबसे पहले तो हमारे यहाँ चिकित्सकों का अभाव है। तो अभी जैसे जो डॉक्टर होते हैं वो कुछ हॉस्पिटल्स तक सीमित रहते हैं और उन तक आने के लिए बहुत लोगों को बहुत दूर जाना पड़ता है, और अगर नहीं भी जाना पड़ता तो कभी कभी उनका अभाव रहता है। जैसे स्पेशलिस्ट होते हैं, किसी जगहों में किस तरह के स्पेशलिस्ट डॉक्टरों की जरूरत होती है और वो वहाँ होते नहीं। तो ये एक परेशानी है। वैसे जो दूर दराज के क्षेत्र हैं वहाँ पे आने जाने का जो रास्ता भी है वो ऐसा नहीं है कि लोग जो है जब भी उनको जरूरत हो तो तुरंत जा करके वो अपनी चिकित्सीय सुविधा का लाभ ले सकें। तो अगर वहाँ हॉस्पिटल हो भी तो भी उन्हें अलग तरह की परेशानियों का सामना करना पड़ता है। जैसे वहाँ या तो रोड नहीं होते या फिर आवागमन का साधन नहीं होता, इस तरीके का। और तीसरा जो है जागरूकता का अभाव। हमारे यहाँ हम जो है एक तरीके का, मतलब एक समस्या जो शुरू होती है, शुरू में छोटी होती है समस्या, और हमें वो समस्या शुरू में ही हमें उसे खत्म करने की जागरूकता हमें नहीं होती। जैसे इस तरह की के जो सामान्य सी परेशानी है जिसे हम समझते हैं वह धीरे धीरे बड़े होने लगती है। तो ये जागरूकता का अभाव भी है। और दूसरी बात जो है एक और है कि व्यक्तिगत और खान पान संबंधी जानकारियों का भी हमें बहुत अभाव है। हम स्वच्छता संबंधी जानकारियां हमें नहीं मिल पाती हैं। मतलब ये सब जो है बहुत साधारण सी जानकारियां हैं जो हमें मिल सकती हैं किंतु हमें मिलती नहीं है। तो फिर ये देखिए, ये जो चिकित्सा संबंधी समस्याएं हैं, और लेकिन मैंने इस संबंध में रोजगार के अवसर हम क्या उपलब्ध करा सकते हैं। तो जैसे रोजगार की हम क्या संभावनाएं इस संबंध में हम ले सकते हैं। तो देखिए, जैसे हमने एक समस्या के संबंध में बातें की, लेकिन सामान्यतः ऐसा होता है कि जो ये चिकित्सा का क्षेत्र है, जो डॉक्टर की जो पढ़ाई है, ये सब ये कुछ बहुत कम लोग कर पाते हैं। लेकिन इनकी आवश्यकता बहुत लोगों को रहती है। लेकिन ये डॉक्टर की पढ़ाई जो है ये कितनी मुश्किल है ये हम सब जानते हैं। लेकिन क्या ऐसा क्षेत्र नहीं हो सकता, जो ऐसा एक पूरा प्रणाली नहीं बन सकती जो इन डॉक्टरों की सुविधाओं को उन लोगों तक पहुंचा सके। तो इस संबंध में हम यदि ये सोचने का प्रयत्न करें कि चिकित्सा संबंधी हमारी आवश्यकताएं क्या है, तो आवश्यकताओं के अनुसार हम उस संबंध में रोजगार के अवसर उपलब्ध करा सकते हैं। तो देखिए, जैसे कि सामान्य चिकित्सा संबंधी जानकारी उपलब्ध कराना, जैसे कि हम सब जानते हैं कि हमारे यहाँ क्षेत्र में और प्रांतीय और क्षेत्रों के हिसाब से सामान्यतः कुछ ना कुछ परेशानी आते रहती है। जैसे घरेलू छोटी सी चोटें हो गई, बच्चों की तकलीफें हो गई, या बड़ों को बुखार वगैरह, ये सब सामान्य चिकित्सा संबंधी परेशानियां हम सब किसी न किसी तरीके से हम सब इसे हमारे अनुभव में आता है। लेकिन उसके लिए हम क्या करते हैं कि क्या जरूरत है इतनी छोटी सी समस्या के लिए हम किसी हॉस्पिटल में जाएं या डॉक्टर के पास जाएं। तो ये जो है, ये कुछ जिन लोगों में जागरूकता होती है और जिन लोगों में थोड़ा बहुत समझते हैं कि ये परेशानी बढ़ सकती है, वो लोग उसका इलाज करा लेते हैं। बाकी जो लोग, कुछ लोग होते हैं जो इसे सामान्य सी बात को समझ करके इसे छोड़ देते हैं, जिससे हमें आगे चल के उन्हें अलग तरह की परेशानियों को झेलना पड़ता है। और दूसरी जो है आपदा चिकित्सा है। तो देखिए, जैसे हम सामान्य चिकित्सा की बात कर रहे हैं, तो दूसरी आपदा चिकित्सा मतलब इमरजेंसी सर्विसेज जो होती हैं, हम इन इमरजेंसी सर्विसेज को सामान्य चिकित्सा की कैटेगरी में नहीं डाल सकते। तो ये जो है, ये इमरजेंसी सर्विसेज होती हैं जिन पर हम तुरंत, हमें पता चलना चाहिए कि कौन सा हॉस्पिटल है, कौन से डॉक्टर्स हैं, कहाँ, वह हमें तुरंत मिल सकते हैं। तो इस संबंध में जो है वो सुविधाओं का होना बहुत आवश्यक है। और तीसरी जो है, चिकित्सा के उपरांत भी सावधानियां होती हैं। देखिए, जैसे कि हम सभी जानते हैं कि हम डॉक्टर के पास जा करके हॉस्पिटल में रह करके आ जाते हैं वापस। तो वापस आने के बाद या फिर उसके या किसी सर्जरी के बाद तो जिस तरह की सावधानियां हमें चाहिए होती, तो ये हो सकता है हमें हॉस्पिटल से ये सब पता चल जाए। लेकिन अगर ऐसा हो सके कि जो हमें ये सावधानियां बताते रहें, कोई भी जो भी हमें इस संबंध में जानकारी देते रहें, तो ये जो है उनके लिए बहुत अच्छा होगा। क्योंकि एक बार हॉस्पिटल से जाने के बाद मरीज जो है अपने सेहत का उतना ध्यान नहीं रख पाता जितना वह हॉस्पिटल में रखकर कर सकता है। और आखिरी जो है वो दवाइयों के संबंध में है। जैसे हम सभी जानते हैं कि दवाइयों को मरीजों को देना और उनके उपलब्धता के संबंध में जो जानकारियां होती हैं, वो भी हम मरीजों को उपलब्ध करवा सकते हैं। तो देखिए, इसमें रोजगार की संभावनाएं कैसी हैं। तो देखिए, जैसे कि डॉक्टर और मरीजों का जो एक दर है, जैसे हम पहले बात कर चुके हैं कि ये डॉक्टर बहुत कम है और मरीज ज्यादा। तो इनके बीच में कई कड़ियां बनाई जा सकती हैं। जैसे कि जो सामान्य चिकित्सा के संबंध में जो उनकी आवश्यकताएं होती हैं, डॉक्टर जो है वो एक साथ, जैसे मौसमी परेशानियां होती, किसी मौसम में एक बारिश के मौसम में किसी तरह का बुखार आता है, या ठंडी के मौसम में, जैसे हम जानते हैं सब सर्दी के मौसम में कुछ प्रकार की सर्दी या फिर जो अलग तरीके की जो ठंड लगने से जिस तरह की परेशानी आती है, उस तरह की। तो इस तरह की परेशानियां डॉक्टर के निर्देशानुसार एक पूरा वर्ग जो है, एक पूरा समूह तैयार किया जा सकता है, जो सामान्य सी सुविधाओं को, सामान्य सी समस्याओं को मरीजों तक उनसे संबंधित या तो वो सावधानियां बता सकता है, या फिर उनसे संबंधित इलाज बता सकता है, या फिर वो उनसे संबंधित साधारण सी ऐसी जानकारी दे सकता है जिससे वो उस परेशानी से बच सके। जैसे कि बच्चे बारिश के दिनों में हमें बच्चों से परेशानी होती है, जैसे उनका भीग जाने के कारण बुखार आना या फिर कुछ इस तरह की। तो इस तरह की सामान्य जानकारियां जो देने के लिए अभी हमारे पास ऑलरेडी हम देखते हैं कि फेसबुक में और व्हाट्सएप में इस तरह के बहुत सारे मैसेजेस आते रहते हैं कि जो हमें बहुत तरह की जानकारी देते रहते हैं। लेकिन हम उन चीजों को, हम उन बातों को प्रामाणिक नहीं मान सकते। हम अगर उनमें देख भी लें कि हाँ भाई, ये इस तरीके की परेशानी के लिए इस तरह का इलाज है, तो भी हम बहुत बार सोचेंगे उसको, क्योंकि कि वह कितना प्रामाणिक है। तो जब तक हम उस चीज की प्रामाणिकता नहीं समझ लेते, तब तक हम उसे अपने बीच में नहीं लेते। तो यदि अगर यह डॉक्टरी सलाह पर हो, यदि यह किसी डॉक्टर की सलाह पर किया जाए, यदि वह डॉक्टर की सलाह के द्वारा ही मरीजों तक पहुंचे या सामान्य जनता तक पहुंचे, तो फिर ये बहुत ही प्रामाणिक होगा और लोग भी जो है उन बातों की गंभीरता को समझेंगे। और आगे हम जैसे छोटी छोटी परेशानियों से, जिस तरीके से हम जागरूकता के अभाव में जिस तरह की समस्याओं को हम सहते हैं, उनसे हम मुक्त हो सकते हैं। तो ये जो है बहुत उपयोगी सिद्ध हो सकता है यदि ये एक पूरी कड़ी बन सके बीच में, डॉक्टरों के बीच में और मरीजों के बीच में। तो ये इनके लिए भी मैंने, जैसे कि एक युवा वर्ग होता है तो उसका एक प्रशिक्षित समूह हो सकता है। जैसे हम अभी सवेरे बात की जा रही थी कि वोकेशनल ट्रेनिंग भी हैं, जो बहुत सारे कॉलेजों में नई वोकेशनल ट्रेनिंग दी जा रही है। तो यदि ऐसा हो सके कि कई इस तरह की जो नई और क्षेत्रों का भी अनुसंधान होना जरूरी है, कि जैसे हम विदेशों के बारे में सुनते हैं, तो मुझे बड़ा आश्चर्य होता है वहाँ सुन करके कि जब वहाँ एक डॉक्टर मरीज को घर भेज देता है तो उसके बाद जो है उनका एक पूरा प्रोसेस होता है कि जहाँ वो लोग हर 2 दिन में एक बार उसे फोन करके पूछते हैं कि आपने दवा खाई कि नहीं, कि आपने खाना क्या खाया, खाने के बाद सब उनकी जो सभी बातें हैं वो जानने का प्रयत्न करते हैं। तो ये जो है इस तरीके का काम जो है एक बहुत बड़ी प्रणाली तैयार हो सकती है इससे रोजगार की तो संभावनाएं हैं ही, साथ ही बहुत सारे परेशानियों से भी हम बच सकते हैं। तो प्रशिक्षित युवा वर्ग जो है इस संबंध में बहुत अपनी सेवाएं दे सकता है। देखिए जैसे कि और एक और बात इसमें जो है कि जैसे कि इसी चीज को आगे और बढ़ाया जा सकता है, जैसे आपदा चिकित्सा के बारे में। जैसे कि हम सभी जानते हैं कि अभी जैसे कुछ हॉस्पिटल्स हैं जहाँ इस तरह की सुविधाएं हैं कि जो हार्ट स्पेशलिस्ट वाले हॉस्पिटल्स हैं या कुछ मतलब कुछ एक शरीर के किसी एक भाग का वहाँ बहुत अच्छा इलाज होता है। तो ऐसे ही सभी यदि सभी जो चिकित्सा के क्षेत्र है इसे बहुत सारे भागों में अगर यदि हम बांट लें कि जैसे शरीर के इस भाग के लिए आप इस हॉस्पिटल जा सकते हैं, इस डॉक्टर से मिल सकते हैं, उनका समय ये है। यदि यह जानकारी उपलब्ध कराने के लिए एक व्यक्तियों का समूह हो, एक प्रशिक्षित व्यक्तियों का समूह हो, तो फिर जैसे कि हम सब जानते हैं कि हम तबीयत खराब होती है हम 108 को फोन कर लेते हैं। तो यदि एक शरीर के हर भाग के लिए यदि कोई ऐसा समूह हो तो फिर तब क्या होगा कि जब हम थोड़ी सी ही परेशानी जब हम उस संबंध में महसूस करेंगे अपने शरीर में, तो हम तुरंत उस जगह फोन करेंगे, उनसे जानकारी लेंगे कि भाई हमें इस तरह की परेशानी है। तो उन्हें भी उनको भी इस तरह का प्रशिक्षण दिया जाएगा, इसलिए हमें वो प्राथमिक सुविधाएं, प्राथमिक जानकारी वो हमें दे देंगे। उसके बाद हम उस संबंध में कितना तक हम अपनी उनकी सेवाएं ले सकते हैं ये अलग बात है। तो उसके लिए एक इस अलग अलग समूहों का निर्माण करके बनाया जा सकता है। लेकिन इस संबंध में यह सोचना बहुत जरूरी है कि जिस तरीके का जो एक व्यापार जैसा हम सब देख रहे हैं कि चिकित्सा की सुविधाएं सब व्यापार से जुड़ी हुई हैं, तो जो भी इस संबंध में जो भी कमियां हैं या इस संबंध में जो भी परेशानियां हैं वो सब हल करते हुए हम इस चीज को आगे ले जा सकते हैं। और जैसे कि चिकित्सा के उपरांत मैंने अभी आपको बताया कि जैसे ऑनलाइन में भी लोग जो है चिकित्सा के उपरांत अपनी सुविधाएं दे सकते हैं, जैसे कि जो उनको डॉक्टर का मिलने का समय बताना या फिर उनकी दवाइयों के विषय में बताना, उनके खान पान के विषय में बताना। तो ये चिकित्सा के पहले भी हो सकती है, बाद में भी हो सकती है। तो ये जो लगातार एक मरीज को एक मरीज से लगे रहने की जो बात है, एक रोगी के स्वास्थ्य की देखभाल की जो बात है, यह जो है एक डॉक्टर द्वारा संभव नहीं, एक डॉक्टर नहीं कर सकता इतना कुछ। तो इसके बीच में बहुत बड़ी एक प्रणाली काम कर सकती है जो हमें बहुत किसी भी समस्या को या तो शुरुआती दौर में हमें बता देगी या फिर हम उसको उस परेशानी के को सही करने में या उस हमें जिस तरीके का है हेल्थ इश्यू जिस तरीके का हमें आया है उसकी सही चिकित्सा की ओर हम बढ़ सकते हैं। तो वैसे ही दवाइयों के संबंध में भी वो हमें जानकारी दे सकते हैं। और वही देखिए जैसे कि हम अभी बात कर रहे थे कि जैसे कि कौशल जो है हर चीज में जो एक कौशल व्यक्ति किसी एक जगह में हम रख करके उसको किसी एक प्रशिक्षित समूह को रख करके उसके कौशल का उपयोग हम कर सकते हैं। जैसे कि जैसे दवाइयाँ हो या जो जिस तरीके का स्वास्थ्य संबंधी परेशानियां एक रोगी महसूस करता है या बात करता है, वह अपनी जैसे किसी एक दवाई को खाने के बाद यदि किसी का मरीज का किसी रोगी का तबीयत ठीक नहीं लगती या फिर उसे किसी अलग तरीके की परेशानी होती है, तो ये सब जो छोटी छोटी बातें हैं जिसका प्रभाव हम आगे चल करके बड़े तौर पर देखते हैं, उन्हें बहुत प्रारंभिक तौर पर ही हम जान सकते हैं। वैसे ही खान पान और आरोग्य संबंधी जो हमारे आरोग्य को ठीक, हमारे शरीर को ठीक रखने के लिए जिस तरीके का एक वातावरण चाहिए, वह वातावरण भी हमें यह वर्ग उपलब्ध करा सकता है। जैसे कि हम अभी सब हम देखते हैं फेसबुक में, व्हाट्सएप में, ये सब जो हमें बताते रहते हैं कि आप ये खाइए, वो मत खाइए। तो ये कुछ एक स्तर पर हम सब सुनते हैं, लेकिन उसके बाद हमें लगने लगता है कि ये कितना जरूरी है, क्योंकि जब ये हमें पता चलता है कि आप ये सब खाइए और ये सब कीजिए, उसी के दूसरे समय जो है वो कोई और बताएगा कि इसको इतना तक ही लेना चाहिए, इससे ज्यादा ये आपके लिए खतरनाक है। तो दोनों चीजें एक ही साथ आ जाती हैं। तो यदि ऐसा कोई प्रशिक्षित समूह हो जो हमें सही इस चीज की सही जानकारी दे सके, तो वो बहुत अच्छा होगा। लेकिन मैं अंत में इस चीज को यही कहना चाहूंगी कि विश्वसनीयता और जनहितैषी प्रणाली का होना बहुत आवश्यक है, क्योंकि जब हम रोजगार की संभावनाओं की बात करते हैं तो फिर ये सब जो है एक व्यापार का हिस्सा बन जाता है। ये सब हम सब भली भांति जानते हैं। तो उसके मूल में जनहितैषी जो एक विचारधारा है वो होनी चाहिए, और वैसे ही विश्वसनीयता जो एक हॉस्पिटल देती है, या फिर एक समूचा तंत्र हमें जिस प्रकार की विश्वसनीयता दे सकता है, यदि वो दे तो हम इसका बहुत लाभ उठा सकते हैं। तो मैंने जैसे अभी ये इस पेपर में जैसे मैंने अपने बात को रखा है, वैसे एक प्रणाली तैयार हो सकती है, वैसे ही रोजगार के अवसर उपलब्ध हो सकते हैं। और साथ ही एक और बात इसमें मुझे ये अच्छी लगी कि हम समस्या को बहुत शुरुआती स्तर पर हम जान सकते हैं, उसको समझ सकते हैं, और उससे संबंधित सही जानकारी को लेकर के हम आगे बढ़ सकते हैं। या तो समस्या आएगी नहीं, या फिर आएगी तो ऐसी होगी जिससे हम टैकल कर सकते हैं। तो ये मुझे बहुत अच्छा लगा, और मैं आशा करती हूँ कि मैंने कुछ जो जानकारी बताई है ये किसी न किसी रूप से काम आएगी। और मुझे यह अवसर देने के लिए मैं श्रीवास्तव सर जी की और सुधा मैडम जी की बहुत बहुत आभारी हूँ। और जिस तरीके से आपने यह कार्यक्रम का आयोजन किया है, यह बहुत ही अच्छा लगा। सवेरे जो जिन लोगों ने बातें की, बहुत बड़ी बड़ी बातें हैं, और बहुत अच्छा लगा सुन के कि हम इस अच्छे प्रोग्राम का हिस्सा बन सके हैं। धन्यवाद, धन्यवाद।
मैडम, पहले तो आप ये बताइए कि आप हिंदी स्पीकिंग फैमिली से हैं कि तेलुगु स्पीकिंग फैमिली से हैं? हाँ, चली गई मैडम गायब। निर्मला मैडम, मैडम आप हिंदी स्पीकिंग फैमिली से हैं कि तेलुगु स्पीकिंग फैमिली से हैं?
ये तेलुगु ही है।
नहीं, झूठ बोल रही हैं आप। इतना अच्छा हिंदी कैसे जानती हैं फिर
नहीं
आप?
नहीं नहीं, मैं तेलुगु फैमिली ही है सर मेरी, लेकिन मैं छत्तीसगढ़ में पैदा हुई थी, थोड़े दिन वहां रही थी, 10-15 साल, इसलिए।
अच्छा
जी सर।
आप इतना बढ़िया हिंदी बोल रही हैं, मुझे तो लगा ही नहीं। ये
जी
देखिए
जी
यहाँ
सर।
हिंदी के और भी एक्सपर्ट्स बैठे हैं। कमला साई मैडम बैठी हैं, उधर उमा ज्योति मैडम बैठी हैं।
जी सर, जी सर।
है कि आप तेलुगु फैमिली से हैं, मैं तो सोच ही नहीं पाया, लेकिन नाम
नहीं
आपका
नहीं, तेलुगु ही
कैसे ही पता था मुझे।
जी जी, तेलुगु ही फैमिली से हूँ, लेकिन मेरा बचपन वहाँ बीता है सर, छत्तीसगढ़ में।
बढ़िया
जी
हिंदी
सर।
आप बोल रही हैं। और दूसरी बात जो
जी
आपने ये बोली कि आपने कहा श्रीवास्तव सर का बहुत धन्यवाद कि हमको मौका दिया यहाँ आने का। मैं अगर ये कहूँ कि आपका धन्यवाद कि आपने मौका दिया आपकी इन बातों को हमारे तक पहुंचाने का।
अरे नहीं सर।
कौन सी बात सही है?
सर
सही बात
मेरी
यही
ही
है,
बात सही है।
सही बात यही है कि आपने जो इतना बड़ा रिसर्च कर रखा है, इसको हम तक पहुंचाने के लिए जो आपने इतना बड़ा पीड़ा उठाया, मेहनत किया, वो उसके लिए हम लोग आपको धन्यवाद देते हैं। आप ये मत
नहीं
भूलिएगा
सर।
कभी। नहीं 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 नहीं, जो काम आप कर रहे हैं, जो आप मेहनत कर रहे हैं, उसको पहचानना हम लोगों का काम है। हम लोग इसलिए नहीं कर रहे हैं कि हम लोग पहचाने जाएं। हमारा पहचानने का क्या मतलब? हम तो आप लोगों को ला रहे हैं एक साथ कि आप लोग की पहचान पूरे विश्व में बढ़े। और बहुत अच्छी
धन्यवाद
अच्छी
सर।
बातें आपने बताई हैं रोजगार के बारे में। मैं तो सिर्फ इतना कहना चाहूंगा कि आपकी ये जो रिसर्च आपने जो किया है, जो इतना बड़ा कागजों का ढेर इकट्ठा किया, बनाया कि लोगों को फायदा पहुंचे, उससे पहुंचना चाहिए, लेकिन क्या पहुंचेगा फायदा? अब तो कोरोना को कमर्शियलाइज कर दिया गया है। कोरोना बिक रहा,
जी सर। जी
कोरोना ही
सर।
बिकने लगा। आप देखिए कि डॉक्टर के पास चले जाइए तो 100 रुपए वाला ब्लड टेस्ट आपका शुगर के लिए करने को तैयार नहीं है, कहता टाइम नहीं, नहीं है, फलाना नहीं है, ठिकाना नहीं है। लेकिन
जी सर।
अगर आपको बुखार है और आप चले गए तो कहेगा अरे जल्दी कोरोना का पहले टेस्ट करो, 12,500 लाओ।
जी सर।
कमर्शियलाइज हो चुका है पूरी तरीके से।
जी
आपको
सर, व्यवसायीकरण तो है।
आप दिल पे ऐसे पकड़ के गए हैं कि मुझे अटैक आ गया, अरे भाई देखो देखो 1 सेकंड पहले चेक करो कोरोना तो नहीं है, तो 12,000 तो वो गया, फिर बोला भाई इसको कोरोना नहीं है, नेगेटिव है, इसको बाहर करो, ट्रीटमेंट ही नहीं देना है, बताइए। वो हार्ट अटैक में जरा पकड़ के घूम रहा, अपना हार्ट पकड़ के घूम रहा, क्या करूं साहब मुझे बचा दो, कह रहा भाई हम कुछ नहीं कर सकते क्योंकि सारे हॉस्पिटल कोविड-19 का इलाज करते हैं, अभी सारे खत्म। अभी कोरोना एक बन गया है कमर्शियलाइज्ड आइटम, इसको जितना भुना सके आप भुनाइए। तो आपने सही रास्ता पकड़ा है। कोरोना के जमाने में कोरोना के नाम से कैसे कैसे रोजगार के नए नए जुगाड़ कर सकते हैं आप, वो लिखिए और उसकी एक पुस्तक तैयार करिए और उसको पूरा धड़ल्ले से बेचिए, आपको रॉयल्टी भी मिलेगी और आप खूब कमाई कर लेंगे। अब
धन्यवाद
सर। अब तो देखिए पहले क्या होता था ना, एक प्रोजेक्ट लगाने के लिए लोग कंसल्टेंट बुलाते थे, अरे भाई बताओ मैं क्या करूं, कौन सा प्रोजेक्ट लगाऊं। अभी कुछ नहीं, कोरोना रिलेटेड प्रोजेक्ट कुछ भी नहीं करना है, एक ही काम करना है, 10 साल अभी धड़ल्ले से कोरोना का बूम रहेगा पूरा। कोरोना के नाम से कुछ भी करिए। आप चाहेंगे आपके में अगर काबिलियत है, आपकी अगर सच में इतनी सूझबूझ अच्छी है, तो कोरोना के नाम से जो आज तक आप कभी नहीं बना पाए, घर अपना नहीं बना पाए होंगे, वो घर 5 साल में बना लेंगे,
बन जाएगा,
बिल्कुल बन जाएगा आराम से। कुछ
धन्यवाद धन्यवाद।
आप बता दीजिए कि मैं गलत बोल रहा हूँ तो। हर चीज कम्प्यूटराइज हो गया था, कुछ नहीं तो आप अपने हस्बैंड को बोलिए भाई तुम एक लैब टेक्नीशियन वाला काम स्टार्ट कर दो, खाली ब्लड टेस्ट करो बैठ के, बस देखी जाएगी। इतना पैसा बनाएंगे आप कि खत्म। खाली लिख दीजिए भाई कोरोना का टेस्ट, कोरोना का टेस्ट, कोरोना का टेस्ट, आ जाओ आ जाओ। वो 12,000 में कर रहा, मैं 10 में कर रहा हूँ, आ जाओ। आप देखिए पूरा कमाल हो जाएगा, है कि नहीं। चलिए बहुत बढ़िया लगा, आपने एकदम जबरदस्त इंफॉर्मेशन दिया, और जो लोग सच्चे और वाकई में ईमानदारी से कमाना चाहते होंगे वो आपकी किताब खरीदेंगे। लेकिन कुछ ऐसा करिए कि आपके इन चीजों को लिखने का कुछ फायदा हो, और वो फायदा तभी होगा जब आप इसमें नमक, मिर्ची, लहसुन, अदरक सब मिला देंगी, और वो तब होगा जब आप कमर्शियलाइज करके उसको बेचेंगे।
व्यवसायीकरण तो होना होगा, व्यवसायीकरण होगा नहीं तो काम भी नहीं होगा सर।
नहीं हो लेकिन सही तरीके से तो हो, ये तो ना हो कि सड़क के किनारे मास्क, प्लास्टिक के मास्क बिक रहे हैं जिसके ऊपर कोरोना रहता है। ये तो ना हो कम से कम कि सैनिटाइजर की बॉटल में पानी भर के और
पानी भर के बेच
रहे हैं, और उसको देखने वाला कोई नहीं है, और हम और आप जाते हैं उसको खरीद लेते हैं, स्प्रे मार के बोलते हैं भाई हमको तो कोरोना से बचाव हो गया, अब पता लगा। बहुत अच्छा लगा, और आप जुड़े रहिएगा हमारे साथ, यहाँ से जाइएगा नहीं, क्योंकि इसी में हम लोगों को ये भी फैसला करना है कि कौन बेस्ट स्पीकर था, किसका प्रेजेंटेशन अच्छा था, किसका पेपर अच्छा था, ये भी आपको अवार्ड के रूप में दिया जाएगा। तो आप लोग
धन्यवाद।
और हमको तो बड़ा आज अच्छा लग रहा है, इसलिए अच्छा लग रहा क्योंकि अगर 100 लोग यहाँ जुड़े हुए होते तो हमको बड़ी दिक्कत हो जाती, 100 में 10, 15, 20 अवार्ड देना पड़ता, तो मेरा तो जेब खाली रहता। 4-5 लोग अच्छा है, मेरा तो क्या करता है, कोरोना की वजह से हम चलिए बहुत अच्छा लगा, बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आपका आने का।
धन्यवाद सर, धन्यवाद।
नेक्स्ट स्पीकर है मिसेस वसा उमा ज्योति, लेक्चरर इन हिंदी, SKR कॉलेज फॉर वुमेन, राजमंड्री। इनका टॉपिक है फ्यूचर एजुकेशन एंड करियर। वसा उमा ज्योति मैडम आप हैं वहां पर, तो आप अपना पेपर प्रेजेंट करें, इसके बारे में पहले कुछ बता दें हम लोगों को, हम लोग समझ लें आपको कि
निर्मला।
हाँ बताइए।
वेरी गुड आफ्टरनून टू ऑल द पार्टिसिपेंट्स।
नमस्ते मैडम।
जी
आपने निर्मला आपने
आपका नंबर आया हुआ है उमा ज्योति मैडम, सॉरी मैं म्यूट था शायद, मेरी आवाज नहीं पहुंची आप तक। उमा ज्योति मैडम आपको पेपर प्रेजेंट करना है अभी।
हाँ सर।
और आप सबसे पहले कुछ अपने बारे में हम लोगों को बता दीजिए, आप कौन हैं, क्या करते हैं, कहाँ पे आप व्यवसाय क्या है, सारी चीजें बता दीजिए, हम लोग आपको समझ लें। उसके बाद आप अपना पेपर प्रेजेंट करिए और फिर देखें आपकी जानकारी से हम लोग को क्या क्या फायदा मिलता है।
श्रीवास्तव सर, श्रीवास्तव सर, सर।
हाँ बताइए।
सर एक निर्मला से एक बात कहना चाहती हूँ, मैं निर्मला से एक बात शेयर करना चाहती हूँ सर।
आपकी आवाज क्लियर नहीं है, क्या बोल रहे हैं आप?
सर निर्मला से मैं एक बात करना चाहती हूँ सर। सर निर्मला से एक बात शेयर करना चाहती हूँ सर।
आपकी आवाज क्लियर नहीं आ रही भाई।
आप टाइप कर दीजिए जो बोलना चाहती है, आवाज क्लियर नहीं है, टाइप कर दीजिए।
ओके ओके ओके।
सर क्या मैं बोल सकती हूँ? क्वेश्चन
थोड़ा 1 मिनट रुक जाइए, मुझे लग रहा है कोई साउंड का प्रॉब्लम आया है। 1 सेकंड के लिए होल्ड कर लीजिए, मैं जरा चेक कर रहा हूँ।
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Afternoon. Good afternoon.
अब आपको हमारी आवाज आ रही है क्या?
मुझे
आपको जी, अब आवाज आ रही है मेरी आपको?
Yes, sir.
मेरी आवाज आ रही है आप लोग?
हाँ सर, हाँ।
अब बोलिए, अब बोलिए। संध्या मैडम बोलिए, क्या बोल रहे थे आप?
बस निर्मला अपने चिकित्सा शास्त्र में सुविस्तार से क्या क्या परेशानियां हैं, इसको कैसे दूर करना है, इसके बारे में बहुत सुविस्तार से कहा है और सटीक ढंग से कहा है।
अच्छा, एक काम करते हैं, अभी पहले आप अभी आपकी भी आवाज ठीक से नहीं आ रही है अभी भी।
सर ओके,
अभी ऐसे करते हैं, पहले उमा ज्योति मैडम को पेपर प्रेजेंट करने दीजिए, फिर बाद में ये क्वेश्चंस लेंगे एक साथ। उमा ज्योति मैडम, आप पेपर प्रेजेंट करिए।
हाँ सर। A very good afternoon to all the participants.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
My name is Uma Jyoti, a lecturer in Hindi, SKR College for Women, Rajmahendravaram, Andhra Pradesh. And it celebrated Golden Jubilee month. It's a well-established college for 52 years. And first of all, I thank the organizers, Visakha Government Women's College, convener Dr. K. Sudha Madam, and the director of this prestigious international webinar, Sri DN Srivastava sir. I am overwhelmed to talk on this platform. My topic is future education and career post-COVID. There is no specific crisis with regard to Hindi teaching in the present situations. So as corona pandemic ravages the planet, it has been a huge blow to the world, especially since many sectors were already facing a crisis when the virus storm hit. One of them is education sector. Experts say classified as a long-term worry, citing uncertainty in the post-pandemic landscape. And unemployment mostly in India spiked 6 months back. The situation is expected to worsen over the next few months. If we see what is the key role of education, education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world. See, at the entrance gate of a university in South Africa is a message was posted for the contemplation. Destroying any nation does not require the use of atomic bombs or the use of long-range missiles. It only requires lowering the quality of education and allowing malpractice in the examinations by the students. Patients die at the hands of such doctors, buildings collapse at the hands of such engineers, money is lost at the hands of such economists and accountants, humanity dies at the hands of such religious scholars, justice is lost at the hands of such judges. Like this, the collapse of education is the collapse of the nation. So education plays a pivotal role in any country's progress. Now, what is the impact of this pandemic on education? The epidemic has spread to over 185 countries and resulted in the total closure of schools and universities. And we all know that how the transition to online teaching was so swift that it hardly gave any time to plan. You see, I am not talking about only the risks, but also opportunities brought about by coronavirus. I mean, both negative and positive impacts are also seen. First, let us see the negative impacts of COVID for global education. First one, sluggish cross-border movement of students. Every year, students from China and India move to universities in Australia, UK, New Zealand, and Canada. Now it is becoming more and more clear that this cross-border movement of students will take a beating, at least for the next 2 to 3 years, and will lead to failure in fulfilling the dreams of getting education in foreign countries. Next, passive learning by students. The curriculum was not designed for such a format of online learning, which has created the risk of most of our students becoming passive learners. And they seem to be losing interest in due to low level of attention span. After 6 months, we are realizing now that online learning could be dull, as it is creating a new set of passive learners, which can pose new challenges. Their health will also be affected, as former speaker presented her views. Since yesterday, we have been listening very enriching presentations of eminent speakers that education is such a thing, which should be more physical in nature, including foreign studies, because the role of a teacher is a unique. Blackboard can be replaced with laptop. Chalk and duster may be replaced by tablet. School premises may be by home, but a teacher can never be replaced by technology. A teacher can develop supreme technology, but same technology can't produce a teacher. Teacher is a teacher, that's all. And next negative impact is unprepared teachers for online education. It is a very important point that coming to online teaching, it is a special kind of methodology, and most of the teachers were not ready for this sudden transition from face-to-face learning to online learning. Thus, most of the teachers are just conducting lectures on video platform. So this type of undedicated teaching may be only resulting in engaging the students, and learning outcomes may not be achieved. In such a condition, there is a risk of not fulfilling the purpose of teaching. Next, changing format of student recruitment. Worldwide universities and colleges are facing a major risk in the area of the student admission and retention. COVID aftermath, the risk of losing students is so high that they will need to relook at their admission practices and admissions criteria, which will include new methods of outreach and application process itself. We know once the COVID-19 pandemic is over, some things will go back to the normal, while some will never do. Lives that are lost with the COVID or the lost time in learning in the classrooms will never come back. Especially for higher levels of education, it is immensely valuable to have access to the best teachers and educational resources produced around the world. On the other hand, if digitalization in education is faster than the speed of building the digital infrastructure for the poor and rural to be able to make use of it. The digital gap will turn into an even more accumulated social injustice. In this context, so filmmaker Sonu Sood provided a cell tower and cable towers. The government has to provide all the facilities, gadgets, smartphones to students and signal points. At this juncture, education for all has to remain as the utmost priority of global education. In addition, education world should not be only reactive to what is happening socially and politically, but should be proactive. That means controlling a situation rather than just responding to it after it has happened. Proactive in the sense that it should make it possible and easier to create a more just and more sustainable world, which could prevent many similar catastrophes such as the COVID-19 in the future. And now coming to the positive changes in education due to COVID-19, or any change that is so disruptive is also likely to bring with it some new opportunities also. Here also, these will like planned reforms, if there are, then it will transform higher education system worldwide. Some of the key areas of opportunity are rise in blended learning. Blended learning means blended learning means where both face-to-face delivery along with the online model will become a norm. This will require all teachers to become more technology savvy. That means practical knowledge and go through some training to bring themselves to the required levels. So a very good positive thing here is a new ways of delivery and assessment of learning outcomes will have to be adopted, which opens immense opportunities for a major transformation in the area of curriculum development and pedagogy. And second advantage is learning management systems to be the new norm. A great opportunity will open up for those companies that have been strengthening learning management systems for use by universities and colleges. This has the potential to grow at a very fast pace, but will have to be priced appropriately for use by all the institutions. Next, improvement in learning material. That is, since blended learning will be the new format of learning, there will be a push to find new ways to design and deliver quality content, especially due to the fact that the use of learning management systems will bring about more openness and transparency in academics. Next advantage is rise in the collaborative work. Here, collaborative work means collaborations can also happen among faculty. Teachers across the nation benefit from each other. Teachers can deliver online classes and to even students from competing institutions. The teaching community to a large extent has been insulated. So COVID-19 aftermath, finally it is expected that there will be a massive rise in teleconferencing opportunities. A large number of academic meetings, seminars and conferences will move online, and this sort of online conferencing platforms will emerge as a model. So I opine that after all this, there is one certainty that we can envisage that is going to change how higher education will operate globally. India is also not just going through a reform in the higher education sector, but now it will go through a major transformation in general. So these are the major steps taken by colleges, our colleges, to keep education going. And as a result of this epidemic, this is the sudden change in education system. Coming to the Indian administration system, despite education systems, a big shift from classrooms to computers, which is one positive aspect. State government across the country are going to open schools from 15th October. Many students may become victims of this epidemic. What are these government decisions sometimes frightening us? The discovery and effective distribution of a vaccine will be the consequential as per the changes, these changes and in all the crises. इस भयानक माहौल में सरकार को तेजी से विचार लेना है और कदम कदम पर जनता के कल्याण में लगे रहना चाहिए। ये सरकार की सोच जो है और कर्तव्यों पर हमें स्फुरन दिलाने चाहिए, तभी these वेबिनार सफल होंगे, संगोष्ठियों में से निश्चित विचारधारा को इम्प्लीमेंट करने पर। So, I mean, government can recruit Vidya volunteers, those who they are highly trained BEds and MEds and are unemployed. So they can recruit because 1:40 ratio, the student and teacher ratio till now, but because of social distance, it should be 1:20 ratio. Means the government has to recruit those trained who are called Vidya volunteers, and this is high time we should thank them whose brainchild is this webinar, which is the need of the hour and totally useful for the youth. Now, how the coronavirus outbreak will change careers and lives for the foreseeable future means 32% of organizations are replacing full-time employees with contingent workers as a cost-saving measure. So like this increase in remote working, expand employer role as a social safety net, separation of critical skills and critical roles, humanitization of employees. That is, some organizations treat the employees just as workers, but not human beings. But here, the culture of inclusiveness should be created. Increase in organizational complexity are all the points in the future of work trends post COVID-19, which was given elaborately by me in the submitted paper. So hence I conclude that during the time of crisis, government need to make the proper and prompt decisions. They can, with the information from the webinars like this they have at the time, so government have to take several steps for the welfare of all the people in all the aspects and move quickly to implement solutions. And यही मेरे विचार हैं. I thank Dr. K. Sudha for giving me the chance to talk a few lines on this platform. Thank you all. Over to sir.
Thank you, Dr. Uma Jyoti, madam. Very nice presentation. And I only want to respond to your one line into the whole of presentation, and that one line you said that teacher is a teacher.
Thank you, sir.
What does that mean? A teacher doesn't have a stomach. A teacher doesn't have a family. A teacher doesn't feel hungry. A teacher doesn't need an employment. Is that the meaning you want to say? Most of the teachers are dissatisfied. They are not getting what they should get.
Yes, sir. That is true.
What is the meaning of a teacher? The meaning of a teacher is that a teacher should be satisfied and fully contented when the teacher is teaching a student. She or he should be able to devote full time, full energy, full concentration to the children's studies and education. That's not happening. And why I say this is not correct as on date, because the teacher is a teacher means they should know their own rights and they should teach the students also to know their own rights. But today, whatever might happen to a teacher, they will keep quiet. They don't want to raise their voice. So the teacher is a teacher is now becoming half meaning. I am not really satisfied with this sentence. I don't know how to make it. It is correct when you write theoretically, but practically this is not correct. There are teachers who are PhDs, who may be gold medalists, who may have taken President's Award, but they are being tortured by their husbands. What teacher is a teacher? If you are being tortured, what will you teach a student? That jao pati parameshwaram, pati chahe gardan kaat de phir bhi parmeshwar hai. Ye sikhaoge aap. So teacher is not a teacher in that manner. So teacher has to also know what is your rights and how. If you know your rights, then only you can teach your student what is his rights. What is the right of the children? That also you can teach only when you know about your own rights. But you are not bothered. You are saying that it is a belief system, it is my faith, that my mother and father has said that whatever is happening, your pati is a Parameshwar, so you are worshipping him as a Lord. So that is why these menace is there. That is why it is there, that when we say that why you are not, can you send your daughter at night at 10 o'clock in the market to bring something? You will say no. Why? It is not her country. Is it her country also? But if he is your son, you will send him. Why? What is the difference? The country only belongs to sons. लेकिन तब आप ये बोलेंगे, अरे साहब मैं क्या करूं, मेरे अकेले से क्या होता है. एवरी टीचर विल से लाइक दैट, मेरे अकेले करने से क्या होता है. अरे सब अकेले अकेले वाले एक साथ जुड़ जाओ तो देखो अकेला क्या होता है. फिर अकेला बहुत सारा अकेला बन जाएगा, है ना. तो इसलिए आपको करना यह है कि जब आप जो बातें कहते हैं, जो बातें बोलते हैं, जो आप लिखते हैं अपने रिसर्च के माध्यम से, that has to be followed by you also. Otherwise, why your student should follow? If you don't follow what you say, then it is meaningless. And these webinars which I am doing is meaningful webinars. So some meaning should come out of it. That is the main idea. Anyway, बहुत बढ़िया आपने बोला, लेकिन इसको थोड़ा सा आप लोग प्रैक्टिकल रूप दीजिए. टीचर इज ए टीचर साबित करके दिखाइए, तब तो जाके मजा भी आए इस देश में. जब बच्चे भी बोले हाँ हम इस टीचर से पढ़ के आए, बेटा आज आप मुकाबला करता हूँ. कहां से? न्यूजीलैंड से. आजा बेटा करता हूँ मुकाबला. तू कहां से? मैं तो यूएसए से हूं. तो आजा करता हूं, हम इंडियन टीचर से पढ़ के आए हैं. लेकिन अभी नहीं बोल सकता वो बच्चा, क्योंकि उसको खुद के राइट नहीं मालूम है. इसलिए इसको प्रैक्टिकल रूप दीजिए. जो आपने कहा टीचर इज ए टीचर, इस शब्द को, इस सेंटेंस को साकार बनाइए. बहुत बढ़िया आपने बोला, बहुत सारी अच्छी जानकारी आपने दी. वेरी वंडरफुल लिसनिंग टू योर प्रेजेंटेशन. अब हमारे पास एक अगली पेपर प्रेजेंटर हैं जिनका नाम है डॉक्टर सुरेखा पुलुमी, हेड ऑफ द डिपार्टमेंट ऑफ जूलॉजी, डॉक्टर लंकापल्ली भुलैया कॉलेज, विशाखापट्टनम. मैडम, आर यू देयर? Please unmute. Yes. Madam, you are there. Can you hear us? Your voice is not audible. Please pin your earphones. If it is earphones, you pin it properly.
सर टेक्निकल प्रॉब्लम आ रहे हैं सर.
आप लोगों को मेरी आवाज आ रही है क्या?
हाँ सर.
यस सर, आपकी आवाज आ रहा, मैडम का नहीं आ रहा.
मैडम का क्या प्रॉब्लम है?
मैडम,
मैडम अनम्यूट है.
आपका
मैडम, आर यू यूजिंग ईयरफोन?
मैडम
इसको
म्यूट
टाइट
में है.
करके फिक्स करिए.
एक बार म्यूट में जाकर फिर अनम्यूट ही है मैडम आप.
आपकी आवाज, आपको आ रही है हमारी आवाज?
ये सर सर आपकी
मेरी
आवाज
आवाज सब तक
हाँ सर
आ रही है सर।
मैडम की नहीं आ रही? मैडम की आवाज आ रही है क्या, सुरेखा मैडम की?
नहीं
नहीं
सर।
सर नहीं आ रही है सर।
मैडम थोड़ा अपना ऑडियो ठीक कर लीजिए, तब तक हम लोग नेक्स्ट स्पीकर लेके फिर आपसे बात करते हैं। अपना ऑडियो जरा चेक करिए एक बार ईयरफोन लगा के। इन द मीन टाइम मैं आपको बताऊं कि हमारे साथ आपके आंध्र प्रदेश से दो बहुत ही बढ़िया सिंगर्स हमारे साथ बैठी हुई हैं, जो आज आप ही के इलाके में किसी अच्छे कॉलेज में पढ़ती हैं। और इन दोनों सिंगर्स को हमने यहां इनवाइट किया था कि आप लोग बहुत देर से बोर हो रहे थे, तो हमने कहा चलो आप लोगों की थोड़ी सी आपका मूड हल्का करते हैं। तो देयरफॉर वी हैव इनवाइटेड टू वंडरफुल सिंगर्स विथ अस. This is Sujini and Nisha. Sujini and Nisha, are you here? Unmute your audio.
Yes sir, yes sir.
Yes sir, yes sir. Then you are singing?
Yes sir.
There is no force in your voice. Why?
Nothing sir.
Bring force in your voice and let us hear your very, very beautiful melodious voice. Can we
Okay,
start
sir.
now?
Yes sir.
Yeah, start.
It's fantastic. You can brush my hair and dress me everywhere. Imagination, life is your creation. I'm a Barbie girl in the Barbie world. Life fantastic. It's fantastic. You can brush my hair and dress me everywhere. Imagination, life is your creation. I'm a blonde bimbo girl in a fantasy world. Dress me up, make it tight. I'm your dolly. You can touch, you can play. If you say I'm always yours. I'm a Barbie girl in the Barbie world. Life is plastic. It's fantastic. You can brush my hair and dress me everywhere. In imagination, life is your creation. Yeah. Ooh, ooh. Yeah. Ooh, ooh. Make me walk, make me talk, do whatever you please. I can act like a star, I can beg on my knees. You can touch, you can play. If you say I'm always yours, you can touch, you can play. If you say I'm always yours. Yeah. Ooh, ooh. Yeah. Ooh, ooh. I'm a Barbie girl in the Barbie world. Life is plastic. It's fantastic. You can brush my hair and dress me everywhere. Imagination, life is your creation. I'm a Barbie girl in the Barbie world. Life is plastic. It's fantastic. You can brush my hair and dress me everywhere. Imagination, life is your creation. Yeah. Ooh, ooh. Yeah. Ooh, ooh. Thank you very much.
Thank you, one and all, for giving this wonderful opportunity.
Wonderful song. Just see, these girls are studying in class 12 one of them is in class 11, I think, and they are studying in a college in SKR Women's College, I think. Are you studying in SKR Women's College?
Yes, sir.
And these two girls came in touch with me in the last Hindi week when they were singing songs there, and I picked them up from there. And they are now in my touch. I am in touch with them, isn't it? They are not in touch with me. So wonderful song. Don't go away. We are going to listen some more songs from these girls because they sing very beautifully. And the only thing is that they're sitting in a remote village where you can see the internet quality so weak and so feeble that the sound could not come properly. We were unable to hear very nicely, but anyway, what can we do? We don't have anything. Internet is not in our hands. So thank you very much for singing this song, and please don't go away. Just sit here. We'll call you once again, and then we'll listen some more songs. And in the meantime, can we, Dr. Giri, can you hear us? Your audio is mute, I think, sir. You will have to check.
Yeah, I think it's open now. Yeah. Hello. Hello, everybody.
Hello, sir.
Hello, sir. Namaste, sir.
Namaste.
Namaste,
Good
sir.
to see you again. Yeah, good to see you all.
Dr. Giri is a very regular speaker on news channels, almost all national news channels. He's a political analyst, and he's also a regular speaker on my channel and my webinars also, because without him, my webinar is only 50%. Rest of the 50% is complete when his speech is there. Otherwise, my webinar is only 50% till his speech is there. So we are going to introduce Dr. D.K. Giri, and for that, I will request Ruchika to please take over the stage and take this program forward.
Thank you, Mr. Srivastava. Hello, Dr. Giri. We are very pleased to have you here today. And Dr. Giri, as Mr. Srivastava said, is a very eminent speaker. And to introduce him, I would request Hema to tell all of us about Dr. Giri first, and then we would listen to what he has to say.
Okay, Ruchika, thank you for this opportunity. Is my voice audible?
Yes.
Yes, you are audible.
Thank you for this opportunity, Ruchika. I feel very privileged to introduce Dr. D.K. Giri sir as a special invitee. Professor D.K. Giri sir is a teacher of international politics, Jamia Millia Islamia University, a premier central university in Delhi. He studied European Union for his doctorate in the United Kingdom and social democracy, the British Labour Party for his second PhD from JNU, New Delhi, and Britain. Dr. D.K. Giri sir is an author of 12 books and over 600 articles. Dr. Giri sir continues to write academic as well as journalistic articles and commentates in Indian television channels as an independent political analyst. He works in all the three sectors: state, market, and the civil society. He is the Secretary General of Association for Democratic Socialism, New Delhi, a part of International Social Democratic Networks, acting chairman of the Schumacher Society, Delhi, a development organization and a business consultant. Dr. D.K. Giri sir assists and advises the progressive members of parliament through the Action Research Group, a branch of ADS. Now I request you, Professor D.K. Giri sir, to deliver your valuable message to enlighten the participants. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's really a pleasure to see so many teachers and students around on this platform. And it's a very important topic, education. Education is enlightenment. Education removes all kinds of darkness, and education takes us to our preferred future. So health and education, which Mr. Srivastava has been focusing, are two critical elements in our life. We cannot do without the other. They are in fact the basic ingredients for anything we do in our life. So it is absolutely a critical subject. Unfortunately, governments, particularly our government, does not accord that priority to education. You know, the percentage of expenditure on education is minuscule compared to other developing countries. The salaries of the teachers is very low, and I heard Mr. Srivastava joining issue with one of the teachers that teaching is not only a mission, it is also a profession. So if it is a profession, they should be treated as professionals, given due recognition materially, not only socially or intellectually, but they should be paid well so that they are happy as they disperse happiness to their students. Teaching as a career is not a very high priority again. If you ask a young girl who she would like to marry, she would say she would marry an IAS officer or an IPS officer or somebody in central service. So the teachers, either way, boy or girl, even in the social hierarchy, status hierarchy is quite low. That should not be the case. In our literature, in our culture, teacher is put at the same pedestal with God. And teacher is even, no, I would not say higher than God, but godly. You know, the famous sloka, which is a part of our folklore, you know, in our culture, is Guru Brahman, Guru Vishnu, Guru Deva Maheshwara, Guru Sakshat Param Brahma, Tasmai Sri Gurave Namah. What it means is that God is, teacher is Brahma, teacher is Vishnu, teacher is Maheshwara, the three, and the trinity of Hindu gods. You see, and then Guru Sakshat Param Brahma. So Guru is just like God. So I bow before that teacher is what is our Vedas say. But that does not translate into reality in this material world. Anyway, that we're trying to correct and see how education should be given the prime place in our society, in our lives that it deserves. That's my first premise. Second premise is the value of education. Let me give you two quotations. One from Chinese proverb. China is not a very favorite reference point these days because of their illegal occupation of our land. But that apart, that is politics, militarism, and imperialism. But talking of education and Chinese philosophy, there is a saying, is everybody okay with the English, or you do want me to do in Hindi occasionally? Is English okay? I can speak in Hindi as well and bit of Telugu. Is that okay? No. So it's okay. All right. So I continue.
Okay.
I continue in English. Okay. So the Chinese proverb says, if you give someone a fish, he or she will eat it for one day, then look for the fish again. But if you teach that person how to fish, then they will go for fishing every day and continue to eat fishing without your donation. It's better. And that's what education does. You teach a skill to someone, and that enables him to lead a productive and a happy life. So that is the power of education. But when you talk of education, there is something called received education, and the other is called internalized education. You see, there are three stages of learning. One is the information, which is hard fact. Then there is knowledge. Information, when you you use that information, it becomes knowledge. That is why people say he's knowledgeable. He has knowledge. That knowledge then becomes wisdom. When you internalize it and live as per that knowledge, then you become a wise person. And that is what is wisdom. But we mix the three. Someone said, where have we lost all the wisdom and knowledge and all the knowledge and information? So we should know what is knowledge and what is wisdom. Let me illustrate this by a famous quotation from Schumacher. Someone introducing me mentioned that I am the acting chairman of Schumacher Center. Yes, Schumacher, there are two Schumachers actually. One, the Ernest Frisch Schumacher, who was a legendary development economist who died in 1975. But there's another Schumacher, Michael Schumacher, who drives the Formula One car racer. But I'm not talking about Michael Schumacher. I'm talking about Frisch Schumacher. He was a development economist, a Gandhian, a Buddhist, a compassionate human being. In fact, once he said, he came to Burma and went back to England. He was living in England, a German. And he wrote something called a pioneering work called Buddhist economics. That is now called compassionate economics. Buddhist economics is authored originally by Schumacher. Now people like Dalai Lama and others, they are using it and they call it compassionate economics. But the British economist teased Schumacher. They teased him. He said, Ernest, we understand your compassion for the poor, but what has economics got to do with compassion or concern for poor? And Schumacher famously replied, economics without compassion is like marrying without love. You have a marriage, there is no love. In the marriage, what will happen to that marriage? Tension, frustration, isn't it? Conflict, friction. So there is no marriage without love. It's like there is no economics without compassion. So he wrote that famous book called Economics as if People Matter. That is Schumacher. But anyway, the quotation that I was going to use in support of my thesis, that education has to be internalized. You see what Srivastava was telling another teacher, another speaker, that if you are a teacher, you go to practice it. You practice what you teach. You see, then only it will be effective. You see, if you are only theoretician, philosophical, then you are not leading the students by an example. So Schumacher said, the best gift, we are fond of giving gift to people in North India in Deepavali and that's, Kali Puja, etc. And every part of the country, we have festivities and people give gift. So Schumacher said the best gift you can give it to someone else is the gift of knowledge. But then he added, but before you give this knowledge, mark my words, before you give this knowledge, you must acquire it. So if you do not have that knowledge, how can you pass it on? That is what internalization of your learnings, and then from that point of conviction and deep understanding called wisdom, you pass on the information to others. So that is the beauty and dynamics of knowledge sharing, knowledge giving, skill building in our sector, in education sector. Someone said a teacher is a teacher. I say a teacher is a senior student. I do give talks to teachers in the schools and colleges, building up their spirit, branding them, profiling them, telling them they should be proud of what they're doing. This is the best profession in the world and blah, blah. It's a motivational kind of talk I give. So teacher is a senior student. You know, we learn till we die. You see, there is no end to learning. There is no end to realization. There is no age. So you cannot say that now I know. The quest of knowledge is perennial until your death. So a teacher is a senior student. He does not have all the answers, but he knows where to find the answer. That is the difference between the student and the teacher. As a teacher, we cannot teach wrong things to the student knowingly. If we do not have an answer to a question, to a problem, then we can find it for them. But we cannot mislead, misguide, or misinform the students. So that is what a teacher is. It is a timeless, ongoing learning process. As a teacher, again, we have to be exemplary. It's a very difficult job as well, you know, because you are watched by your students, by the society. If the students do wrong, the teachers are blamed, the parents turn on you, and you know, if so, you are responsible for the entire behavior, upkeep, and welfare of the students. We are in the process of building future citizens. So anyway, I think you would have discussed these things yesterday and today, and others will talk about it. I was going to introduce a new element into the teaching sector in our existing curriculum post-pandemic. That is the thrust of the seminar, the higher education in the aftermath of this horrible pandemic. So I am going to talk about that briefly and introduce a very new theme into our learning process, which will be useful after this pandemic. Pandemic has changed the paradigm of teaching, the role of the teacher, use of technology, job opportunity, and how do you really impart knowledge digitally when you don't see your students, when the sound system is not very good. You see, the communication is patchy because the eye contact, the physical presence generates energy and bonding between the teacher and the students. Also the respect, the bonhomie, the a kind of affinity and solidarity between teacher and students comes in a physical setting. I do not think that can exist in a digital surrounding. But these are the times beyond our control. So we have to depend on technology to connect ourselves with each other and particularly with our students. So in this digital age, when the mode of teaching has radically transformed, the role of teacher has to correspondingly transform. How do we reach out to our students and make that impact we used to make? So these things have been, I'm sure, touched upon. It's a new setting, technically, intellectually, psychologically, and we have to very soon adapt to it as teachers first, then the students will also adapt to it. Because you see, my young son, who is a student in a college, he puts on the channel, I mean the app, and then he will go out to drink a glass of water and he will loiter around. I said, "What are you doing?" He said, "I'm attending the class." I said, "That is now that is not how you attend your class. You have to sit tight, constant in a particular place, take your notebook, make notes, and listen to what the teacher is saying. That is how you attend your class." But then she said, but teacher is not looking. I said, truth, teacher is not looking at you, but you have to be conscious that you are in a class. So it is difficult without the props and without a classroom setting to draw the attention of the students is not easy. Yeah, they will be interrupted and we do not know what they are doing. They are on in their app, but where they are, unless you see everyone, it is not possible. So these are challenges that we have to deal with. What I was going to share with you is the global impact on our life. You know, I teach international politics, as you have been told, and I'm going to focus on embracing a sense of globalism in our teaching methodology as well as curriculum, at least in the higher education, if not in the schools. It is so important. And I'll tell you, in whichever discipline it is, whether it is science, arts, social sciences, even in music, performing literature, arts, everywhere, a sense of globalism is important. That is the point of my emphasis today in this presentation. Not because I teach international politics, I want to globalize everyone. It is not my intention nor my approach. And globalization is not a very palatable, preferable concept, because economic globalization leads to exploitation and incursion by global capital, by MNCs into sovereign states. So people are wary of globalization. They would rather like to insulate themselves from the rest of the world so that the ills of the world are not visiting them. But that's a false consciousness. That is a untenable premise. We cannot escape internationalism or the impact of global processes in our lives. Look at the pandemic. Let me start with the pandemic. This COVID, and I would mention only two global issues, how they affect our lives. And unless we have a sense of globalism, whether we travel internationally or not, whether we are in a rural college in Andhra Pradesh or a remote school in Jharkhand or other part of the country, unless we are conscious of globalism, global developments, and international processes, we are really throwing ourselves into wilderness. We are not part of the mainstream and we are not being realistic. Let me tell you how. This pandemic, we didn't create it, but the whole world, out of 195 countries, I think all 195 countries are affected. Can you believe the impact of a global occurrence? By most account, this stupid virus was created in a laboratory in Wuhan, but that's again a political issue. People are talking about it, and it spread from one small city in China. It spread to the entire globe. And look at the impact on education, on health, economy, movement, psychology, mental health. The impact is total. People are all reeling under the consequence of this virus and groping how to get out of it. Every aspect of life has been affected. And look at the global solidarity if we are not getting the masks or the immunizers or the preventive medicines or the critical drugs, then people will not survive. So, India had to send this malaria medicine, hydrochloroside, to US, whether it was useful or not. Only Trump thought it is useful, but anyway. So it was demanded. And then there is quite a bit of exchange of knowledge and medicines. You see, if we do not unite globally in mitigating this disease, in inventing a drug, or in sharing knowledge, in fighting it, then we are doomed. And no country, no community can claim to have exclusive knowledge of everything or anything for that matter. We need global solidarity for knowledge sharing and experience sharing. So it is a global disease and it needs a global solution. If the Indians think, or even the Americans think, that we can deal with it, we are really in a fool's paradise. And look at Trump, who denied it. We wish him well. He comes out of the hospital soon. But look at the ironic impact of the pandemic. He denied it all along. He dismissed it, saying it is nothing. It is just a flu. It's a Chinese bioweapon, blah, blah. And him and his wife are in hospital. You see, this is the irony of life. There is a saying, spiritual saying, do not criticize others, lest you should become like them. So he said there is nothing, people are making unnecessary fuss about it, and he himself became a victim of that. So he should have recognized it from the beginning, not blaming the victim until he became a victim. So the powerful president of a powerful country is the victim of this stupid disease. So my point is, it needs a global consciousness to deal with this disease. Let me give you another example. Then I'll bring it to our education sector in our country, bring it nearer home. The other one, which is receded slightly into the background, is the impact of climate change. Climate change also impacts all of us. Of course, in different degrees, not like this pandemic that everybody suffers from breathing and fever and all that. It's not so. Climate change impacts different regions, different communities differently. In some places, there is loss of livelihood. In some places, it could be a epidemic. In other places, it would be a loss of the ecosystem. So for tribals or indigenous people anywhere who live in the forest with the animals, amid water and clean air, they are affected because their ecosystem erodes and is badly affected. So climate change. And again, dealing with climate change, however conscious we are, unless there is a united effort to mitigate the impact of climate change, we will not succeed. It is a global issue. For instance, we may be careful, but some other country is emitting a lot of carbon. What can you do? So all of us have to have lifestyle change and reduce carbon emission, then only the impact of climate change will be lesser. In both these examples, both the instances that I gave you, climate change and pandemic, there's quite a bit of politics as well. There is a famous sociologist in Britain called Anthony Giddens. He wrote a very interesting book called The Politics of Climate Change. And there's another book written by the niece of Schumacher, the center that I had here, called The Ecology of Health. In both these cases, both authorities that are discussing the other interventions in both health and climate sector. So the politics in it. Again, a lot of people would say the pandemic also is exacerbated, fueled by the pharmaceutical company, so that they sell more drugs and more equipments like PPE, mask, etc. So these are conspiracy theories, but without going into it, I am only trying to alert you into the global nature of these problems and a kind of global approach to fight these problems. Now, let me bring into the educational sector, and that's where I'll conclude. How can we introduce a sense of globalism into our curriculum? A science teacher, an arts teacher, you see, of different disciplines. Yes, in politics, yes, we have something called international politics. In sociology, we have international sociology, economics, international economics and trade. But in science or literature, literature also you have English literature, American literature, and all that. History we know, but in science and performing arts or such disciplines, do we need internationalism? As a teacher, if you are teaching physics, you teach physics how it is done in India, you give examples from India. There are, of course, foreign authors, you discuss them. Most of the science literature is drawn from the West. Yes, but the examples, the experiments are done here. My plea to you today is that wherever you are, it is important to connect. And these days, thanks to the technology, you are only a mouse click away from any information anywhere. That's the beauty of this technology. You can access information from any part of the world. It is all in Google. Only thing, we have to have that approach in our mind that my canvas would be the entire world. So it is good, it will be useful to teach our students how in other parts of the world, other continents, a particular problem is dealt with. If we can bring that, our knowledge would be comparative and we can plug the gaps in teaching methodology as well as its impact. I'm very fond of comparative studies, and when you compare, then you know the shortcomings or the advantages that you have. Life is all about comparison. Sometimes you compare ourselves with ourselves, but without comparison, you do not know which is good, which is bad, or which is better. In English literature, you know, we have a positive degree, then you have a comparative degree. The third one is superlative degree, good, better, and best. How do you know something is better? Unless you compare it. So comparative approach in our teaching, drawing from international sources, is the future of our teaching. If we do not have that global approach, we remain isolated and something will hit us overnight and we are all floored like this pandemic. Mr. Srivastava has a lot to talk about how this government has handled or rather mishandled the pandemic because they didn't have the knowledge. They didn't have the experience. And our managers in governance, our leaders, they think that they are the epitome of knowledge, epitome of virtue, and they can do no wrong. Like the British king, he said the king can do no wrong. But that is a wrong analogy because British king does not do anything, or British queen. But here, our kings and queens are actually executors. So that is the problem. If we drew from international experience, Korea, Sweden, Taiwan, perhaps we would have been more careful when we imposed the lockdown. And you know the impact of that sudden imposition on the migrant laborers, particularly the migrant laborers who died on the roads out of starvation, dehydration, accidents, neglect. Is that the approach? So anyway, when we think that we know, that is the biggest mistake. I don't know if you have heard of a famous philosopher called Socrates. He was called the wisest man. In science, it was Einstein. In philosophy or social sciences, it was Socrates, the wisest man. And Socrates said, I am the wisest man because I know that I do not know. Mark my words. He said, I am the wisest man in the world because I know that I do not know. He knew his ignorance. He knew his limits. That is why he is wise. If you know your limits and deficiencies, shortcomings and ignorance, then you become wise. And how do you know that? By comparison. Who do you compare? A Telugu compares it to the Oriya internally in our country. You know, we say Kerala is best developed because they drink hot water, their healthcare is best, education is 100%. We do it by comparing. But now, comparison within the country is limited because we are sharing the same space and same technology and same knowledge system. So we'll have to go out internationally. That is why my emphasis on globalism. Let me end by saying, I have traveled internationally, but I come from a very tiny, small, remote village in the border of Orissa and Jharkhand. Even today, in my village, there is no electricity. There is no piped water. There are no roads to my village. It's a tribal village, hamlet, just on the border of Jharkhand and Orissa. People are still using lanterns. But I had the opportunity of traveling a bit abroad and studying abroad, and I saw the benefit of that exposure. So having come from such a tiny village, which is so insulated, beyond the pale of any civilization, none of you would have experienced that kind of poverty and darkness that I have, honestly. Yet I'm arguing, advocating, and pleading for internationalism. My villagers have not gone to another city. But that sense of globalism, I'm talking of India now. I'm teaching in Delhi, not my village. And I'm talking of that kind of globalism, which we should introduce in our learning system so that a lot of people aspire. Our leaders tell us that India has the potential and is poised to be a world power. But if we have to be a world power, we should know where the world is, and we should have the knowledge of the world and consciousness of the world. Okay? That's where I would like to end by reiterating my plea for a sense of globalism in our teaching curriculum. I'll end by a joke about how people treat different nationalities, different countries look at the problem. Okay, United Nations once issued a questionnaire for surveying a problem in the world. And the problem was, and the questionnaire said, it is true, but it is used as a joke on the characteristic of different country people. The question was, tell us or give us your honest opinion The question was, give us your honest opinion about the food crisis in the world. So it was sent to different country. Give us your honest opinion about the food crisis faced in the world. It was given it to Americans. Like Donald Trump says, America is from Americans. So Americans did not know. The end result of that survey was a disaster. You know why? Because of the following. Americans did not bother about rest of the world. They didn't know what the rest of the world is. It was given to the Europeans. Europeans did not know what a food crisis was. It was given to Africans. Africans didn't know what food was because most of them had not seen food. It was given to Chinese. And Chinese never knew how to give an opinion because they never voted. They never gave any opinion to anyone. And it was given to India. India did not know how to be honest. So they could not give their opinion. It's a joke. So, but this is how different nationalities react. But we should also learn from those characteristics. Thank you very much for listening to me and giving me this opportunity again to speak from DN platform in collaboration with several institutions that they have. And this is a subject very dear to my heart because this is my profession and my mission as well, my vocation, teaching. And I'm so happy to be talking about teaching. And in every presentation, I rediscover myself while I'm teaching. I remind myself that I'm a teacher and reiterate my resolve to this profession. But I agree with Srivastava sir when you made that intervention in the last session that the times have changed. The traditional Guru Sisya Parampara should be maintained. That is our culture. But teacher has to be an exemplar. Teacher has to show by being an example. Like Gandhi said, if you want to see that change in the world, be that change yourself or bring that change in yourself. So a teacher has to lead by example. I do that, and I talk politics, and those who I talk action, and those who are interested students outside the college university system, I involve them in different activities. So action and ideas should go together. Then only will be authentic. But simply teaching and telling students what to do, and they see something else on the ground outside your classroom, then will be irrelevant. We have to relate our teaching, both science and social science, to the developments beyond our classroom and in the larger society. So we become the interface between the society and our students. Then we'll be authentic, genuine, and impactful. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Pleasure.
Thank you, sir. That was a lovely talk by you. And what you mentioned about globalization, I completely agree with what you said. There is a need for globalization. And because we all are operating on a similar sort of model, we need to learn from what is happening in the other parts of the world. So that was really true. And something that you mentioned, you gave an example of your son that he was not paying attention on the video call, that the teacher is not going to listen. I think the students really need to cooperate because the teachers, they are mostly the baby boomers or the generation X people, and they really struggle with technology. I know I personally seen it, but they're still trying to really try to impart knowledge to the students, and they're trying their level best to learn this new technology. So I think the teachers are doing a commendable job, and the students also need to cooperate a little bit because the teachers are doing this much hard work to learn new technology for them. So I really loved what you said, and the joke that you mentioned in the end was really funny, and it was nice. And I really enjoyed your talk. So thank you so much for being with us. It was a lovely, lovely talk by you. I got to learn a lot, and I am pretty sure that all of the teachers, all the participants have learned a lot as well. And now I would like to ask any participant if they have any questions for Dr. Giri.
So, questions anta. చదవరా
Thank you, Professor Giri sir, for you imparted incredible knowledge not only on the impact of pandemic on education, but also on several aspects like global approach of this epidemic, the internationalism of disciplines like science, arts, literature, progression of learning system. And thank you, sir, for your valuable message. Thank you, sir.
Dr. Giri, thank you very much for giving us this so much precious time. You were not in Delhi. You have just landed from Bangalore and then you have taken the trouble of speaking on this forum. I totally agree, and this is exactly what I have been telling all these people, that we are reading Ramayana, we are reading Mahabharata, we are reading Gita, but we are not following it. There is no action. We just read and we'll convey that theory to others, but we'll not practice in our own life. So when we say that we should follow Ram, we means it includes me also. It is not only that you should follow Ram and I will not follow. So when it is a theory, it has to be actually exercised. Those things has to be actually executed. Otherwise, what is the fun? If you don't practice in your life what you say, then it is meaningless. This is what I told when the last speaker also ended his talk. I said the same thing. When you are talking something and you want others to follow that theory, then before he should follow, you also must act on the same lines. Otherwise, what is the fun and why should I follow? As I told you, as examples are, I gave an example here that so many teachers are connected on this platform in this meeting, but all of the videos are off. Why it is off? How, when you are teaching a student, most of the students will switch off their video and go to play. You will not even know whether they are listening to your talk or not. Then now, if you are not doing that, you can't even tell your student that you keep your videos on. Because then he will say, Madam, aap to karte nahi hai, mujhe bolte hain. Because lot of your other students are also here in the same meeting. So you have to do what you say. If you can't follow your own theory, then why others should follow your theory? That is the main thing. So thank you very much, Dr. Giri. And is there anyone who wants to ask any question to Dr. Giri? No one?
Dr. Giri explained so nicely that I don't think anybody has any questions.
Already explained. Wonderful. Nobody wants to ask any question. Anyway, Hema, are you performing the dance? Your audio is mute. Audio is mute. Unmute your audio.
Yes, sir. Give me 2 minutes. Meanwhile, I will set up my laptop. Give me 2 minutes, sir.
Okay. Dr. Giri, now we had a nice lecture. So you please be with us for another 2, 3, 4 minutes and enjoy this Kuchipudi dance. This girl is a beautiful dancer. And you see how this girl is dancing. And she is living in Andhra Pradesh in a very small village, but just see how she is dancing.
Sir, Srivastava, sir.
Dr. Sandhya, you want to ask something? Ask him. Ask him.
Sir, shall I present my paper?
Dr. Sandhya Rani, you also want to present a paper?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So please wait. Please wait. After the dance, we'll start the paper presentation.
Okay.
After this dance, we'll start the paper presentation. So
Okay, sir.
please wait for some time.
Okay, sir. Okay.
Dr. Giri, since you are here, I would like to ask you something in this webinar itself. Let us, I have some 2-3 minutes, I think, so we can discuss about the issue. I want to ask you one thing. What is happening in this country? I don't know. I have been unable to understand. Because when we say that during the pandemic, there has been no income to anybody, which means no income to common man also. And which means no income to anybody means the entire society had no work, so they could not work, and therefore there was no income on any side. So when it comes to, there was a very major issue on EMI moratorium. EMI moratorium was extended up to 30th August, and then there was a PIL in Supreme Court saying that the EMIs have been deferred up to 6 months, but the interests will have to be paid by the borrower for the 6 months of deferment, which means the government and the bank both are of the firm opinion that the common man who has borrowed money from the bank to sustain himself prior to corona period had enough income that they could pay the interest also. Is it correct? And the bank did not have, because the Attorney General of India and the RBI together had said together in the Finance Ministry's press conference that bank is charging interest because bank had no income at all for the last 6 months, which means the common man had, so they should pay. Is it correct?
Oh, that's absolutely a wrong assumption. This is not correct. And the so-called reliefs that were announced, not only on EMI moratorium, even on the rental, you see, people could be given waiver, only the students. Those reliefs were only announcement. And it's really, gulling the people, and I'm sorry to say that. And they have not been followed in implementation or in action. So that's a wrong assumption, and the bank should not have really charged interest. They could have perhaps taken the deferred payment on their EMI because they have loaned the money, but the interest on the delayed payment should not have been charged. Likewise, they could have, you see, they give flat a kind of ordinance. That is unfortunate, that only students could be waived, and the landlords are also petty landlords. They live off their rents, so rent cannot be waived off. Fair enough. But those who pay income tax, the landlords who pay income tax, big landlords, and they could have waived off the rent from the tenants. You see, so our society is highly differentiated, highly stratified. So any law has to be applied contextually appropriate to a particular group. That did not happen. In the spirit of nationalism, they are treating everybody as equal, which is unfortunate, and treating unequals as equal is also a very false assumption and false approach in governance. So this is what the government is doing, treating all unequals as equals and making announcements and not following in this in action. I tell them, Srivastava, this is a good metaphor, that a cow in the picture does not give milk. This is a saying from South, that a cow which is in the picture and does not give the milk. So government has a lot of cows in the picture, but we are not getting the milk, which are our ordinance really, and it does not help us. So I agree with you. This assumption is wrong, and this EMI, they have messed it up. The moratorium, the rentals, they have messed it up, and even the relief that they have announced. This is a statistical jugglery. In real terms, there is no relief. They have only paid the entitlements a little faster in COVID times. So this is unfortunate, and I am happy to go on record to say that government has really taken people on a right.
I will tell you, this is not that I am only talking. When we talk to bank says it's not our mistake, it is not our problem, and we have nothing to do with the interest. We have to charge because we are guided by RBI, and RBI says that you have to charge. You can't give up the interest. And I'm not talking to you in just vague terms or maybe just like that hypothetical. It is a real fact that when it was the moratorium was declared in March or April 2020 for 6 months. At that time, RBI should have been clear-cut instructed that you will not put any ECS for clearance to the bank. But what they have done, 6 months continuously, not only this, sir, I am showing it to you on the record. All 6 months they have put in the bank, and it has gone to the bank. They have asked 400 rupees per bouncing charges for each ECS.
It's terrible, terrible.
This is the one which the banker of the borrower has asked, and the banker of the lender has again charged 400 rupees. So what has happened, the person who was to pay an EMI of 300 rupees had to pay 800 rupees bouncing charges to both the banks, and plus the EMI, plus the interest. So what relief did they get? I could not understand. If you can explain something.
Srivastava, you are an activist. You will not make such false claims. You are saying it out of experience. I know that. You see, this is again adding salt to the injury, as you said. Not only he is paying the fines, he is paying double the fines. For this kind of a confused situation, or a dishonest situation, I would say. So banks, of course, should follow their logic, but then it is the government who should have instructed the RBI and the banks not to charge EMI and take deferred payment without interest. That should have been. I'm not saying you waive off the EMI, but you defer it without interest. You see, and if ECS has gone from the computer, and as computer does its job, then they should rectify and write it off. And that, I think, we should take it up with the government, because the computer is so programmed that they were sending the ECS, and then the interest was charged. But certainly, as per their announcement, and during this unprecedented COVID time, people should not be penalized twice, and they should write off this interest and negotiate with the customer, or the customer negotiate with the bank for a mutually agreed payment of EMIs. And that is the best course of action, really. And the interest should not be levied. And we'll take it up. We will put it in the media, and we write to the, if you initiate action, I'm happy to join you to write to the finance minister with a copy to the prime minister, say that this should be done.
Yes, actually, what I want is that we'll have a full-fledged debate on this. We'll invite all political parties here, and we'll have a full-fledged debate someday on this. I also have one more issue, that is the electricity and water bill. This could have been waived off for everybody, but this was also not. But there is very, very little time with us. So what we take it up. Yes, but we are definitely going to take it up. And
sure, I'm with you.
This is actually a big problem. So in my opinion, what I think is, coronavirus, though it was an health emergency, but it did not remain a health emergency. It became a tool of publicity for many people. It became a tool of commercial escalation of everybody. People
and exploitation.
And exploitation. Exploitation means their own escalation of income through exploitation. So what has happened? Ultimately, coronavirus did not remain a health emergency and converted into commercial activities, commercial scope of earning.
Very sad.
Commercial earning media. So we will take up this issue in our next debate with you. And in the meantime, I would just like to ask Hema, are you ready with the dance?
Yes, sir, I'm ready, sir.
Okay, then Dr. Giri, let us see this dance first, and then we'll
Happily, yes.
Yes, you
Good evening, everybody. I'm Hemanta from Rajamahendravaram, Andhra Pradesh. Now I'm going to perform two dances. One is Corona awareness song as yesterday only, and also Krishna Shabdam dance, which is classical dance. So first one, I'm going to perform.
Corona symptoms.
Is sound audible? Is voice audible? Okay, okay.
Yes, it is. It is audible.
Okay, okay.
Mask it. Side.
समझाया करो सारी सारी बात बार बार मैं तुम्हें समझाया करो सारी सारी बात जीना जरूरी है मिलना नहीं हम कैसे पूरे ये जहां मैं तेरी रखो थोड़ो अंदर रखो सनराइज रहो तेरे जुए चितारी
This is the first song.
Tejasvi.
Wonderful song, wonderful message. Really,
Thank you,
it is
sir.
wonderful. And through some song, you are giving this message of Corona awareness and protection from Corona. Just see it, Dr. Giri. These are the talents which are lying where nobody knows.
Thank you, sir.
So I got this talent. Just you think just like that. I was roaming on the roads and I met them in some village and somewhere. Wonderful.
Thank you,
How
sir.
did you practice? Is it your own practice or you have learned from somewhere, some college or some institute?
Own, sir. There's actually Paris song. I listened to it, so it's my own composition, sir. Yesterday and today's also.
Your own composition?
Yes, sir. It's just
Oh my God.
I already did my certificate course in dance, na, sir. So I know somewhat attentive words I can compose.
Okay. डॉक्टर उषा रानी, आप इनको पहचानती हैं? इस लड़की को पहचानती हैं आप? ये राजमहेंद्रवरम में है।
अभी
आप राजमहेंद्रवरम में
निर्दवालू सर
राजमहेंद्रवरम में आप SKR डिग्री वुमेन्स कॉलेज को जानती है क्या?
हाँ सर, हाँ, हाल ही में उसके बारे में।
उसमें एक टीचर हैं उमा ज्योति करके, जानती हैं आप उनको?
हाँ हाँ सर।
उनकी बेटी से कभी मिली हैं आप? हिंदी की टीचर है ना
नहीं
वो तो।
नहीं सर, नहीं नहीं नहीं।
उनकी बेटी से कभी मिली है?
बहुत बढ़िया डांस में आपका।
धन्यवाद मैम, धन्यवाद।
आप उमा ज्योति मैडम की बेटी से कभी मिली हैं?
नहीं सर।
ये उन्हीं की लड़की है।
हाँ, अभी वही समझ ली हूँ, राज महेंद्रवरम बोलने से समझ में आ गया सर। बहुत बढ़िया सर, बहुत अच्छी है सर।
कमला साई मैडम आप जानती हैं? आप जानती हैं उमा ज्योति मैडम को?
नहीं सर, अभी देख लिया उनको, मुझे मालूम नहीं सर।
SKR वुमेन्स कॉलेज की हिंदी टीचर हैं वो।
हाँ, अभी जान लिया सर।
उनकी बेटी है ये।
बहुत बढ़िया सर, डांस बहुत अच्छी करती है।
ये मेहरबानी उषा मैडम की है और सुधा मैडम की है, जिन्होंने इनसे मिलवाया हमको पिछले हिंदी। इनसे मिलवा दिया, इनकी मदद से करते करते सब टैलेंट को खोज लिया हमने।
सर मैंने भी एक सेमिनार किया है सर, मैंने भी सेंट जोसेफ कलाशाला और हमारी कलाशाला की ओर से एक सेमिनार किया। उस समय एक लड़की बहुत अच्छी डांस की सर, बहुत अच्छी।
कल बुलाइए जरा।
कौन सा कॉलेज मैडम वो लड़की का?
सेंट जोसेफ कॉलेज, हाँ सेंट जोसेफ का। एंजेलिना बहुत अच्छी करती है।
मैं उमा सलमा मैडम से बात करूंगी सर, बात करके उनका एड्रेस सब लूंगी सर। उमा सलमा मैडम है ना सर, सेंट जोसेफ।
हाँ उमा सलमा ये तो है मैडम, ये सेंट जोसेफ है। मैं बताती हूँ, वैजाग सेंट जोसेफ। जयलक्ष्मी मैडम है ना,
जयलक्ष्मी मैडम। ओके ठीक।
हाँ जयलक्ष्मी मैडम से मिलकर मैंने एक सेमिनार किया हिंदी दिवस पर।
आप गूडूर के है ना मैडम?
हाँ मैडम।
हाँ मैडम, मैं बहुत सारे टाइम आपको फोन किया करूँ मैडम। मैं नेल्लूर की हूँ मैडम, तो पोस्टिंग यहाँ पर हुआ मैडम, नेडदोल में।
हाँ ठीक है मैडम। उमा मैडम है ना आप?
नहीं मैडम, उषा रानी। उषा रानी।
मैंने आपको वो क्वेश्चन पेपर भेज दिया है ना?
हाँ मैडम।
कंट्रोलर के समय मैं कंट्रोलर है सर, कंट्रोलर हूँ। ऑटोनमस कॉलेज है हमारा।
हेमा, you are planning for the dance?
Yes sir. Yes sir. Yes sir.
Prepare for that. And I have some two other good singers with me, so we'll just hear to their song. Sujini, are you there now? Sujini,
yes sir. है सर, है।
कहाँ है
सर? पावर ऑफ सर।
वीडियो ऑन करो सुजनी।
यस सर, बट
क्या पावर नॉट देयर सर।
हाँ ठीक है, अपना गाना सुनाइए हमको। लोहिता, आप भी गाएंगे क्या गाना?
मैम
गाना गाएगी? ठीक है, शुरू करने वाले हैं क्या?
सजनी
अभी लोहिता शर्मा रही है।
निर्मला
अभी
ऐसे
कैन वी सर?
निर्मला
शर्माना छोड़ सकते हैं तो?
यस सर, कैन वी स्टार्ट?
Yes, you can. Switch on your video.
No sir, power is not there sir.
There is no power.
फोन ठीक ढंग से रखो मान, फोन ठीक ढंग से, सही ढंग से फोन को।
నిర్మలా ఫోన్ లైట్ ఆన్ చేసుకో, లేకపోతే టార్చ్ ఆన్ చేయి.
ओके ओके ओके, शुरू कीजिए माँ।
बॉस You want me, you gotta know me. If you love me, you gotta show me. Let जा, मुझसे दूर कहीं जा, यहीं कहीं
मैं तेरी दीवानी रे, अफसोस है क्या, मुझसे दूर कहीं ना जा, बस यही कहीं ना जा। मैं तेरी दीवानी रे, अफसोस है क्या,
मेरी कहानी
तू मेरा हो गया तो मेरे हो गई, जहाँ जाए तो संग मुझे ले जा,
ले जा, ले जा, ले जा, ले जा,
ले जा रे, मई की रात में चुरा के सारे रंग ले जा, सारे रंग ले जा, राती राती तू भीगो साथ में, तू कैसी मेरा साथ रहे जा,
ले जा, ले जा, ले जा, ले जा।
निर्मला
भीगे भीगे पल, ये भीगे भीगे मौसम में लेना हूँ
तेरे लिए हूँ मैं,
ये तेरी मेरी बातें, ये मीठे मीठे पल, ये भीगे भीगे मौसम में लेना हूँ मैं कल, तेरे लिए मैं हूँ, तेरे लिए हूँ मैं। Another right, मेरे ले जा, ले जा, ले जा, ले जा, ले जा, ले जा रे, महकी रात में चुरा के सारे रंग ले जा, सारी ले जा, राते राती में बेगुन साथ में तू ऐसी मुलाकात ले जा, मुलाकात ले जा।
Thank you everyone.
That was amazing, Sujni and Lohita, I believe. You
Ma'am, can I sing another song if you don't mind?
I'm sorry, what?
I can sing another song.
Yes, please. Yes, please. We would love that.
Okay, ma'am.
Sir, as my laptop its power is very low, so shall I dance first? So it's in very low charge.
Ruchi, then you tell Sujni to after this dance we will hear her song.
Yes. So what we'll do is, Hema, you perform the dance, then we'll listen to the song by Lohita and Sujni.
Oh, okay, thank you.
कितने तरह के प्रॉब्लम है उधर, वो रिमोट एरिया है, वहाँ उनका बैटरी चार्ज के लिए नहीं है, पावर नहीं है, फिर भी किसी तरह करना है।
It's running low charts, so it will turn
don't
off.
apologize. It's all we are enjoying the mood and the spirit. That's important.
Yes.
No problem.
Yes.
Okay.
But more what I am impressed is that without having any infrastructure, without having any kind of help and support, these children are doing so lovely and so well.
All energy and blessings to them.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Chalo, Hema, you dance first.
Hema, please, I dance చాలా బాగాలి దీని మీద బాగాలి సారీ.
What you?
Sujini, you sing after this dance, okay?
Okay, sir.
That's it. Thank you all.
Wonderful, wonderful dance, wonderful dance. Ruchi bolo. Say, Dr. Giri, what is your opinion about this dance?
అక్క చాలా బాగా చేసావు.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
You are on mute, sir. You are on mute. Unmute kar lijiye please.
Thank you. Thank you.
I think I enjoyed it, and she was so involved in the dance. Her expressions were so natural, you know, and that is the beauty of a dancer, because when she enjoyed it herself, and you know, she was so dedicated and you know, very natural flow. Very good. I enjoyed it. Yeah, good, good. Thank you. Thank you.
I could not even believe that she is not a professional dancer. She looks like a professional dancer.
That's right.
Very beautiful, Eva. Your expressions were so cute, especially what you did with your eyes. Very, very cute and nice, and everything, like all of your movements were so graceful, and I really enjoyed it. It was very, very good. Very good. And you mentioned that you choreographed everything yourself. I could not believe it. Like, it shows how creative artist you are. You're such a creative artist. Very good.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you all for your encouragement. Thank you, sir, sir, for your encouragement.
Wonderful performance, Hemanta Sriram.
Yeah.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, Surekha, ma'am.
Yeah.
What is your opinion, Surekha ma'am? What is your opinion on her dance?
Wonderful, sir. Been depicting the Andhra Pradesh, and two performances are wonderfully performed. So nice to watch, and very entertaining program. Very nice, sir. On behalf of Andhra Pradesh.
Thank you. And Dr. Kamla, what is your opinion on this?
Sir, excellent dancer, sir. I like very much Kuchipudi dance and all. In the childhood, I have also learned, sir. My daughter is a good dancer. My younger daughter is a good dancer, sir.
Your daughter?
My daughter, sir.
Where is she now?
She is now doctor, sir. She is a doctor, gynecologist.
Where is she?
Near Nellore, sir.
Near Nellore. Okay, okay.
She is very busy with her profession, sir, now.
Yes, yes, yes. I can understand. And
why did you stop dancing, Dr. Kamla?
Oh, मैं बचपन में सीखी थी. मैं नहीं कर सकती.
करना था ना. अभी तक तो आप एकदम एक्सपर्ट हो जाते हैं. PhD कर लेते हैं उसमें. अभी फिर से स्टार्ट कीजिए. अभी सब बच्चे सेटल हो गए, हम दोबारा सब डांस करना स्टार्ट कीजिए.
ठीक है.
और नेक्स्ट टाइम हमारे वेबिनार में फिर आप भी परफॉर्म करिएगा.
डांस तो मैं नहीं कर सकती. आप गाना तो कर सकती हो.
आप प्रैक्टिस करना स्टार्ट करो.
सर, आपका आवाज सुनाई नहीं पड़ता सर.
मैं कह रहा हूँ कि डॉक्टर कमला बहुत अच्छा गाना गाती हैं. और अभी डॉक्टर सुरेखा का एक पेपर प्रेजेंटेशन है, ये करा लेते हैं. पहले पेपर प्रेजेंटेशन हो जाए, उसके बाद फिर डॉक्टर कमला से भी गाना सुनते हैं.
और डॉक्टर संध्या का भी है प्रेजेंटेशन.
वो सुजनी और निशा भी तैयार हो गई हैं गाने के लिए. और मेरे ख्याल सुजनी का डांस हो रहा है. सुजनी, यू आर गोइंग टू डांस आल्सो?
No.
Why no? You don't have enough space there? चलो, okay, you sing a song and then we'll see. तो अभी डॉक्टर सुरेखा पुलिमी फ्रॉम लंकापति भुलैया कॉलेज, head of the department of zoology, she is presenting a paper, and let us first go through this paper and then we'll go ahead with our other program.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much, sir. So, good evening, one and all. I'm sorry for the inconvenience because of some technical glitch. I could not able to. My audio was suddenly lost. I could not able to connect previously. So now, am I audible clearly, sir?
Yes, madam. You are audible.
Okay, so before moving on to my paper presentation, I would like to thank Tejasvi Astitva Foundation for organizing such a wonderful international webinar 2020 on future education and career COVID aftermath. So I am going to present the paper titled Traditional versus Virtual Learning Before and After COVID-19. I'm just sharing my PPT. Yeah. So this is the title of my paper, Traditional versus Virtual Learning Before and After COVID-19. So we all know that we are all in transition period of this traditional versus virtual learning. So the world of education has been greatly affected by this coronavirus disease 2019. Being the teaching profession, not only in this profession, we have been passing through tough times for the last 8 months. So coronavirus disease is highly infectious and can be transmitted from person to person via their respiratory droplets through either sneezing or coughing and by different physical contact groups. We all know this information pretty well. So by knowing all this information, we are taking all the precautionary measures, and by maintaining the social distance, we are safeguarding ourselves from this pandemic COVID-19. So this pandemic hit around 211 countries of the world, affecting billions of people and claiming the lives of around 10 million across the world, according to the World Health Organization 2020. So in this regard, India is not left behind. India reports 55 lakh around cases of this COVID-19 and almost 1 lakh deaths nearly. So the lives of every individual in this country has been largely affected in various organizations, and including the education sector also, and not even left the life of the student is not less affected. So in this regard, the government and the different communities are working worldwide to control the situation and to limit the spread of this virus. So by maintaining the social distancing and by maintaining the proper hygienic measures, this might have helped in spreading of the disease or virus. So we have been already grasped the 5 lockdowns so far, and where the people are asked to sit at home without doing anything and coming out of the home. And the lives of every individual in the country has been largely affected by this, by various organizations and different sectors, including the education sector, have been a setback due to COVID-19 being at rise. So as every other individual life is getting affected, the life of student is no less affected. So different sectors, not only the education sector, the remaining all the sectors have been set back due to this COVID-19 being at rise. So coming to the actual point, the objective of this paper, we have been in this right from the beginning, right from our ancient times in India, we have been accustomed to, we have been adopted to this traditional mode of teaching, this traditional mode of classroom teaching right from our childhood till now. So which includes the one-to-one interaction of students and teachers. And this lockdown due to this COVID-19 has largely affected the lives of students, as there are no more get to interact with the teachers in the traditional way of teaching. So at this time of crisis, this becomes the challenging for both learners as well as the educators to keep the education continuously and unaffected due to this disastrous pandemic. And we have no other alternative to shift into the online or virtual mode of learning. And various studies have been so far conducted where it appears that different institutions have been adopting and doing well with this new learning patterns. And we all know that there are varieties of platforms in order to participate in online teaching learning projects during this time of crisis. And pretty well, we all know that different online courses have been also offering at free of cost. And for example, government also offering, the Ministry of Human Resource Development is also offering so many courses like portals in Swayam and MOOCs. Then, so there are so many platforms in order to participate in this online teaching and learning process, like Swayam and MOOCs, and offering by the Ministry of HRD, and we can utilize, and all the students can also be utilized and done these courses at free of cost. Then, as a result of this, more and more students will have the facilities to progress in this in their educational field also. So apart from different advantages, there are also certain challenges thrown at faculty as well as the students on virtual mode of teaching and learning. So because we are in India, this is a sudden shift from offline to online. So learning is a continuous process, and amidst the lockdown, many institutions have transformed from classroom teaching to the online teaching to keep the learning process unaffected, uninterrupted. And in many of the institutions, including the IIMs and IITs, have been converted and leap from conventional, traditional mode of classroom teaching to the virtual or digital teaching. So that due to this global COVID-19 does not affect the students' education as well as the career. And this shift in education from traditional classroom to the digital learning might be one of the largest educational experiments we can say. So, apart from the traditional way of learning, this digital learning has many advantages and leading to the reduction in cost, and has taken the impact and reach of resources for students as well as the teachers to the another level. And learning digitally will be the new phase of Indian education. So this will be useful and constructive means for both the teachers as well as the students in coming years, and have a lot of many challenges too we should face. Then due to this COVID-19 pandemic, online teaching learning process, this has become more prevalent in India, and it is important to know whether it is actually helping the students to achieve what they have expected. So in this regard, I have conducted to present this paper, to write this paper, I have conducted a small survey on our students, which to whom we are teaching on online. So within our college college campus, that is the Lankapalli Bulaya College. So we have conducted the survey on the students of who are pursuing the BA and BSc students. So the present study, the intention, the main objective of conducting this survey is to understand the students' perspective level and their attitudes and readiness about the online classes being conducted at this level. And in this regard, we have prepared the questionnaire containing the 10 questions in the form of Google Docs. And this Google Docs link was sent to students through the mail. And all over, a total of 240 students have participated in this small survey. And students who took part in this study were studying in various departments like BA and BSc. So we have taken a small group of students, roughly around 240 students were participated in this survey. Just to know the students' perspective and their attitude regarding this transition from traditional mode of teaching to the online virtual learning of teaching. So in this survey, and the questionnaire designed for the students contain 10 simple questions to understand, and these questions are asked whether they like this kind of virtual learning, or they are liking more than the online to offline traditional way of teaching, which they are accustomed previously. So what are the reasons for their likes and dislikes of this kind of teaching, and what are the problems that are come across in for this virtual learning also we have studied. So the data obtained through the survey were analyzed and the results were also calculated. So during this study period, so overall roughly 240 students were participated. Among 80 were male students and 160 were female students. And all those students are pursuing the BA and BSc for second and final year students aged between the 20 and 22 years. Now, coming to the results, the first point, whether these students are liking this kind of virtual learning or not. So from the data collected from the 240 responses, we came to know that the study population reports that maximum number of students studying who are attending these online classes are reported that they are understanding the concept and they are thoroughly enjoying these online classes, e-learning classes. So roughly about there are 71.7% are reporting to be the for liking this virtual mode of teaching, and there are 28.3% are come under the disliking of this mode of teaching because of certain reasons like the connectivity issues and the other reasons. Then, so we have also tried to find out the satisfactory levels of this virtual mode of teaching. So, and in this regard, we have given the scale pointing 0 to 5, where 0 being the completely unsatisfied and 5 being the completely satisfied, 4 being mostly satisfied, 3 being somewhat satisfied, and 2 being somewhat unsatisfied, and 1 being mostly unsatisfied. So in this regard also, we got the results like this. So you can see the picture. So roughly around 38.3% are somewhat satisfied, though there is 70% are liking this kind of virtual mode of teaching. And coming to the satisfactory levels, there are 38.3% are somewhat satisfied and 25% are mostly satisfied. And there is about 14.5%, 12.5% are completely 12.5% are completely satisfied, and remaining completely unsatisfied, mostly unsatisfied, or there is a negligible number. But overall, we came to know through this analysis 38.3% are somewhat satisfied and 25% are mostly satisfied. And there is very less number of completely unsatisfied and mostly unsatisfied. Then, so we try to find out the reasons and drawbacks for this virtual mode of learning process also. So the most commonly stated problem with online classes were reported is about 70%. So 70% are reported with the drawback line. 70% are reported with the problems with net connectivity, because all the students are staying in different areas. Some students are staying in rural areas and remote areas where there is no proper net connectivity. So those students are reported that because of the net connectivity, because of the improper net connectivity, there are certain glitches and drawbacks they are come across in. And 14.3% are with two-way communication, which they are previously adopted to the classroom mode of teaching. And some are reported no curricular activity, because there are certain students who involve in all curricular and co-curricular activities. So because of this lockdown and all this, they are not coming out of the homes, so they are not attending the classroom teaching, so they are missing these co-curricular activities also, and followed by not meeting the friends and language. So these are certain reasons and drawbacks that were identified during my survey. Then, after analyzing the results, we are following the different means of learning and teaching modes. So among that, PPT with audios and only videos playing, webinars, video conferences, and sending the PPTs and live classes. So all these are the effective means of learning. We are sending it to the students. So after analyzing the results, there are different means available. So the most common source of online classes mentioned by the students were most widely accepted means of learning is the PPT with audio. There are at about 48.8% are very much comfortable with the PPT with audio, and 22.1% are with webinars and videos, and 22.1% are only with the PPT, and around 7%. So 22.1 is videos, and webinars and videos by 22.1, and only with the PPT is about 7%. So they're all comfortable with the PPTs with audio as well as the live classes also. So this we came to know in our analysis. Then from the data collected, it was reported the overall response on this virtual mode of teaching is, so it was reported that there's a good amount of students to whether to continue the online mode of classes or not. So for that, around 67.6 prefer the online continuity, and the same depicted in future also. And very comparatively, for continuing this kind of study, there is very less number of percentage, that is 32.1% are not showing to continue this online classes because of certain reasons and drawbacks. They told that due to the improper net connectivity and as they are adapted for the classroom teaching. So because of all these reasons, they are showing dislike and showing not to continue on online classes. But majority of the students are saying positive response for this virtual mode of teaching. So this is a small survey we have conducted among the small group of students in our campus on BA and BSc students. So basing on this study, the present study revealed the maximum students are in favor of studying through online classes. So they are accepted for this transition change from traditional mode of teaching to the virtual mode of teaching, except very few due to some reasons like net connectivity and the other lack of co-curricular activity, etc. So in this regard, all the educational institutes should come forward and design the regular course, along with the curricular course. They need to plan to participate in two-way communication. We should encourage the students to participate in quizzes by conducting the quizzes and group discussions and other co-curricular activities also we can plan in a virtual mode of learning, so that the students, the more number of students wholeheartedly continue to have an interest in this online lecture. So at this point of time, when the entire nation is fighting to win over the corona, so it is important to keep an effective education process to continue in which maximum students will be benefited. And there has been the acceptance of the online teaching learning process by the students across the country today. And teachers and students are also now largely utilizing the various platforms which are globally available, through which e-learning can be easily done. So no doubt the pandemic has significantly disrupted the higher education sector, as well as not only the higher education sector, right from the childhood primary education sector to the higher education sector, and which is a critical determinant of a country's economic future also. And needless to say that the pandemic has transformed the centuries-old chalk and talk method teaching model to one driven by the technology. So due to this COVID pandemic, the transition from offline to online has been forced by educational institutions to adapt digital teaching to ensure that the learning should continue unhindered and uninterrupted. And a multi-pronged strategy is also necessary to manage this crisis to build a resilient Indian education system also. And in future, the future of education is going to rely heavily on blended learning. Maybe 50% of the online and 50% of the offline learning approach. That is a hybrid mode of teaching may come in future. There is a scope for this hybrid type of teaching and learning process that combines the best of the both offline and online. So this is what I would like to present through my paper. So I thank you very much for giving this opportunity. I thank you, Srivastava sir, for accepting my paper and inviting me to present a small survey on my students and to present before you this paper, the traditional versus virtual learning during and after the COVID-19. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Surekha. It was a nice presentation, and you have explained so many things so beautifully, and people must gain out of it. That is the exact idea of all these things. But I don't know. But what I think is, in most of the surveys like you have done, you might have seen that the major thing that comes out to be is the effective network, the internet connectivity, because online cannot work without it.
Yes, sir.
That is the most everywhere you will find these three aspects, very major aspects that I've been hearing since last 2 days. One is the network connectivity problem. The other is the gadgets, that is the mobile and the laptops, that unavailability to the poor strata of the society, the lower strata. It's very difficult for them how to manage, because they have only one mobile, so that has to be used by the parents also, that has to be taken by the father also somewhere outside, then he has to take online teaching also, education also. Then how they manage, I don't know. And who is to be concerned about these things? Who is to address these issues? That is a very million-dollar question till now, and is unanswered till now. And you are talking of villages and remote areas of the country where the network connectivity is poor. I am talking of Delhi. Delhi has so poor connectivity, you can't believe. Since morning 3 times, I am running almost about, in my control room, there are about 8 to 9 systems that are interconnected to each other to manage different activities of this one webinar only of one webinar, and they are high speed workstations, and the network connectivity is through true fiber optics connection, which is about 250 Mbps speed. And then this failure for 7 times. Sometimes the sound was problem, sometimes something else was a problem. Can you imagine? This all happened because of the poor network connectivity. So what happens and how this thing will be addressed is a million-dollar question. I don't know. Third major issue is, how will they get the gadgets? The poor people, it's very difficult. How will they get the gadgets? So they are forced. Most of the people are having this kind of mobile.
Yes, sir. Absolutely, sir.
That is not a smartphone. Then if they buy a smartphone also, then what happens to the smartphone? These students will be seeing like this. What happens? They will develop dry eye. They will develop corneal infections. They will develop eyelid problem. They will develop many things that can affect the child's eye at a later stage, which is very harmful. These things, because these are radiations, na? You see, these are waves, radiations. So what happens? You need a blue filter in between. How do you do that? And how the village people will manage that? Anti-glare screens. How will they manage? Delhi also, all spurious anti-glare screens are being sold. So it is a very, very problematic thing. Saying that we have shifted to online education, and saying that our education system will not suffer because we have already shifted to online education is very simple. But But when it comes to the ground reality, then you see how many kinds of problem, because you are doing the practical survey on the ground. So you
Yes,
must
sir.
have seen what kind of problems are there. So anyway, these things are to be, whatever you have said has to be taken into account, and we have to think on it, that how do we propose to the government about these ground reality problems that is being faced by several children. Thank you very much. Your
Absolutely correct, sir. What you have said. So all these answers we have come across with our students. Why or when we are conducting the online classes, when we ask to those who are not attending the classes, when we are asking the students, because we have only one phone at home, madam. So that phone is carrying out by my father. And some students are telling that there is no net connectivity proper. I am staying in the remote village of Srikakulam or some other place where there is no proper connectivity. So these are all the issues in. So though this is the transition period, this is quite challenging for the both teachers as well as students, sir.
That's what exactly, that these issues have to be addressed, and to be addressed in such a manner that both the students and teachers, they are not affected by corona. Then it is a proper management. Otherwise, it's not management.
Yes, sir. Absolutely, sir.
Proper management. And basic thing is, madam, that you have to have a willingness. The administrator, the governors, the governing body of the country has to have a willingness. If they have the willingness, they will do that research, the research that you have done. That research the government will also do. What problem is being faced? They are imagining a problem and sending a solution. But what actually is the ground reality that you know?
Yes, sir. We have conducted the survey in a small group of students in our campus only, sir. So if government will come forward and conduct the survey in large number of group of people, then the ground reality will come into focus, sir.
Yes. See, your college is a very high standard college. No
Yes, sir.
will be coming there.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Absolutely, sir.
Well-to-do families also.
Yes, sir.
And we talk about some village in East Godavari, West Godavari. Then what happens?
Yes, sir.
So there are many villages. What you call Yalamanchali, or what is there?
Yeah, Srikakulam, sir. It's a remote place.
Then what happens there?
Yeah, there is no proper net connectivity, and people are also from not poor background, socially background status. So we cannot demand them to attend compulsory these classes in this mode of virtual learning, sir. So for them,
you cannot demand, but you are forced. What?
Yes.
70% attendance. If they are not 70% attendance, you cannot allow them to sit in exams.
Yes, yes, sir. Yes, sir. That problem will also come.
Yes. So we have to think on what to do. It's a very important topic that you have touched, and it is a very important research that you have done. And we'll see how to put this into the report, and we'll see how to get it up to the government and see how we seek remedies for this. So thank you very much for giving us such a vital information. And please carry on your research. Don't sit without research. Everything is in dark. Unless you research, everything is in dark. Things will come into light. This is also my research. These children were somewhere in some remote area. I have just identified them and brought them to the light. So this is also a research. So like that, if you don't do that research, then it will be in dark. When you do the research, it comes to the light. It comes before everybody. Thank you very much.
Thank you, madam. It's a wonderful session.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Srivastava, sir, for giving me the nice opportunity to present before you all. Thank you very much, sir, for patiently listening my presentation. Thank you.
I have told you previously also have told you nothing to thank me because I have not given any opportunity to you. You have given me the opportunity to let me know about the research result of your research to me. That opportunity I could not have got unless you have given me. So
But you're organizing such a wonderful session, sir. So we are coming across to know about the knowledge and everything, sir. To know many things by attending all these webinars and sessions for the last 2 days.
So that is what sometimes back somebody asked me that, sir, you are doing such a big work, such a nice work. Why you are not proposing your name for Nobel Prize, for this prize, for that prize? He said, this is my Nobel Prize. See, Dr. Surekha has given me the Nobel Prize today. Dr. Sandhya is there, Dr. Aruna Padma is there, Dr. Kamla Sai. They are telling me that I have organized such a wonderful webinar and it is very informative and they have enjoyed the whole day. What else I need? This is my Nobel Prize. No?
Yes, sir. Absolutely, sir.
Yes, sir. Absolutely.
So, in future also, please don't miss the opportunity of joining us and keep doing the research so that you pass on that information to us in the webinars. And
Okay.
don't go away, just keep watching this because we have dances and songs children are going to do. So you please watch this also if you have time. If you don't have time, I won't force you also. But if you have time, please watch. Thank you.
Sure, sir.
Dr. Sandhya Rani, your paper presentation is for tomorrow, I think, in the list. Why you want to present? Because we are running short of time also today. It is 6:28.
Sir. Yes, sir. Tomorrow I am having college, sir. I should attend for examination. Degree examination is there, sir.
Till what time is your exam?
It will be started by 8:30 and I will come by 1 o'clock, sir.
So you present it at 2:30.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. No problem, sir. Okay, sir.
It is 6:30 now. Now it is very late. So
okay, sir.
Let's go by program.
Okay, sir.
Sujini, are you there?
Lohita wants to sing a song.
Where is Lohita?
Sir, I'm here.
Yes. Singing together or you're singing alone?
I'm singing alone, sir. Solo singing, sir. Sir, 1 minute, sir. Give me 1 minute, sir.
Okay.
Sir, shall I start, sir?
Yes, please start, please.
Okay, sir. जाबिदो मैं गवाई मारिदो किस्मतों कालिका मोड़ दो बदले में मैं तेरे जो खुदा खुद पे दे जन्नते सच गो छोड़ दो तुमसे साथ में न जानो तुमसे खुद को मैं पहचानो तुमको बसने अपना मानो माहिया तुमसे साथ में न जानो तुमसे खुद को मैं पहचान तुमको बसने अपना मानो माहिया वास्ते जा भी दो मैं गवाई मार दो किस्मतों का लिखा मोड़ दो
Is it done, Lohita?
तेरे अलावा कोई पिकाश नहीं है बाकी दिल में, कदम बटाओ जहाँ भी जाओ तुझी से जाओ मिल में। तेरे अलावा कोई पिकाश नहीं है बाकी दिल में, कदम बटाओ जहाँ भी जाओ तुझी से जाओ मिल में। तेरे लिए मेरा सफर, तेरे बिना मैं जाऊँ किधर, तुमसे ज्यादा मैं न जानू, तुमसे खुद को मैं पहचान, तुमको बसने अपना मानो माहिया। वास्ते जा भी दो मैं गवाई माँ भी दो, किस्मतों का लिखा मोड़ दूँ। बदले में मैं तेरे जो खुदा खुद पे दे, जन्नते सच गो छोड़ दूँ। तू ही है सवेरा मेरा, तू ही है नारा मेरा, तू ही है दरिया मेरा, खुदा का जरिया मेरा। तुझी से हो तो शुरू ए मेरा कारवाना, तुझी पे जाके कदम ए मेरा सारा जहां। वास्ते जा भी दो मैं गवाही माँ भी दो, किस्मतों का मोड़ दो। Thank you, sir. This is all.
Wonderful, Lohita. Very, very nice. And you're very
Thank you, ma'am.
fluent. Very nice, very nice.
Thank you, ma'am.
Wonderful.
Anyway.
Wonderful. Sujini.
Aruna Padma madam is here for vote of thanks. Are you? I hope you are not in a hurry. If you have 2 minutes time, we can listen to one more song. Sujini wants to sing.
No problem, sir.
I am Nisha, sir.
Sujini, do you want to sing a song?
Yes, sir. I am Nisha, sir. I want to sing a song.
But I can't see you. If you don't switch on your video, I will not allow.
So just now, power off, sir.
What does the phone do with the power? If you are talking, it can show your video also.
నిర్మలా వీడియో ఆన్ చేయండి, లేదా టార్చ్ ఆన్ చేయండి.
ఆన్ చేసాము. నువ్వు ఎందుకు?
So I can understand. Okay, you sing.
For her, it is difficult, sir. It is full of darkness. No, we cannot see her.
Sing.
నిషవిక పాడరా.
मंजिले रुसवा है, खोया है रास्ता, आए ले जाए इतनी सा इंतजार, ये मेरी ज़मानत है, तो मेरी अमानत है। मुझको हीरा दे दे, कसमें देवा दे दे, मेरी दुआओं के इशारों सहारे दे, दिल को ही गाने दे, नए बहाने दे, ख्वाबों की बारिशों को मौसम के पैमाने दे, अपने करम की करदाए कर दे इधर भी तो निगाहें, सुन रहा है ना तू, रो रही हूँ मैं, सुन रहा है ना तू,
क्यों रो रही हूँ मैं, सुन रहा है ना तो रो रही हूँ मैं, सुन रहा है ना तो रो रही हूँ मैं यारा। कैसे क्यों ये हुआ, काश तो ऐसे आए जैसे कोई दुआ, तो रूह की राहत है तो मेरी इबादत है। अपने किरम की कर दे इधर भी तो निगाहें, सुन रहा है ना तो रो रही हूँ मैं, सुन रहा है ना तो क्यों रो रही हूँ मैं, सुन रहा है ना तो रो रही हूँ मैं, सुन रहा है ना तो रो रही हूँ मैं यारा। Thank you so much. Completed, sir.
Great performance.
Thank you. Thank you.
Very nice, Sujni. Very nice. Have you learned singing?
No, ma'am, I did not.
Really, you haven't? Oh my God, you felt. I felt like you are a professional singer. Very nice.
सुजनी बहुत अच्छा गाया।
Ma'am, I am not Sujni. I am her sister Nisha.
हाँ निशा, okay, Nisha, your name is coming.
Yes, that is
Yeah,
why we.
so melodious. So melodious. Song was very nice.
Very
Thank
nice.
Ma'am, ma'am,
Yes, Lohita.
ma'am, my sister wants to sing a song in Tamil, ma'am, if you don't mind.
Yeah, okay. Is it okay if Anuya sings first and then your sister can sing? She's been waiting for a long time.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. Anuya, are you there?
Yes, sister.
Yes.
But my
turn
mobile
on the
charger
video
is low.
then.
Off the video and
Okay, all right. Sing. We are ready for you.
shall I sing the yesterday's same song or another one?
Anyone that you like.
So, okay, shall I start? Hello?
Yes.
Am I
Yes.
Okay. तुम आ गए हो, नूर आ गया है, नहीं तो चरागों से लो जा रही थी। जीने की तुमसे वजह मिल गई है, बड़ी बेवजह जिंदगी जा रही थी। तुम आ गए हो, नूर आ गया है, कहाँ से चले कहाँ के लिए ये खबर नहीं थी, मगर कोई भी सिरा जहाँ जा मिला वही तुम मिलोगे। ओ कहाँ से चले कहाँ के लिए ये खबर नहीं कि, मगर कोई भी सिरा जहाँ जा मिला वही तुम मिलोगे। कि हम तुम्हारी दुआ आ रही थी, तुम आ गए हो, नूर आ गया है, नहीं तो चरागों से लो जा रही थी. Thank you. Thank you everyone for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, Anaya. Wonderful as yesterday. Very, very nice. Really enjoyed, and you select really pretty songs like that are really, really soothing to hear. Oh, is it?
Yes.
Ananya, it's a very good, good song.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you.
बहुत अच्छा.
I listen to only old songs, ma'am. So I have the habit of singing.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Anaya. And Monica, is your sister ready?
Yes, ma'am. She's ready.
Yes. Ask her to sing then.
Yes, ma'am. Tandarara, tandarara. ഉസുരേ വെട്ടുപോയിത്തെ മനസ്സെ വെട്ടി വീസിത്തെ ഉസുരേ വെട്ടുപോയിത്തെ ഓ മനസ്സെ വെട്ടി വീസിത്തെ నీకన్న కాయము నీకొంద కోపము ఎన్నోడిరిక్కిరద నాకంద పాసము నాకొండ రేసము ఉన్నోడిరిక్కిరద తందానానా 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 ఓ ഉസുരേ വിട്ടുപോയിത്തെ മനസ്സെ വെട്ടി വീസിത്തെ ಯಾರೋಡು ಪೇಸಾಮ ಉರ್ತಿವಪ್ಪೋಲ ಯಾರೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾಂದೇನೆ ಬೇರಡು ಸೇರಾದ ಉರುಪುವ ನಂಬಿ ವಿಂದನೆ ಊ அரிதன்னோட இடகில்ல கண் முன்னே வீழ்ந்தாலும் பறவைகள் தேடாதே அறியானாலும் இறகுக்கு பறவாயின் யாவாகம் எப்போதும் போகாதே ஏனோ வருகிற மழையதேனோ அழுந்திட்டு போனத நானோ சதறிய கண்ணாடி போ போ తరుమురు మారడి పో ఎరకిరి యారడి పో ఎవరు వేండాలి ఉసురే విట్టుపోయితే మనసే వెట్టి వీసితే నీకంద కాయము నీకొంద కోపము എന്നോടിരിக்கிறതേ నాకంద పాసము నాకొండే రేసము ఉన్నోడిరిக்கிறதா. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Very wonderful song. Obviously, I didn't understand what you said, but you sung very beautifully.
Thank you, ma'am.
How did everyone else like the song? Okay, I believe everybody loved the song that you sung. Thank you so much again for singing this beautiful, lovely song. And
Thank you, ma'am.
You're welcome. You're welcome.
Very nice. All these girls have given very good performance, and the thing is that all I know about Srini, Nisha, and Anuya, these girls are from family background of music. Each and every member of their family, including their grandfathers, are singers. So they are bound to be inherited by music and singing. So they have that voice inherited, and that is why they are singing so beautifully. This is a God gift that has come to them. Sujini, I am correct or wrong?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
And
Yes,
Anuya,
sir.
your mama uncle is coming
Yes, sir.
tomorrow. He is the duplicate Kishore Kumar, second Kishore Kumar. Is he coming tomorrow for singing?
Yes, sir.
Anuya's mother is also an English lecturer, English assistant professor in a college, and she's also a very good singer.
Yes, sir.
So tomorrow will be a very, very,
Not
very,
sure,
very
sir. Ask
entertaining
me,
day.
I'll let you know. Because I did not get your.
Tomorrow, you tell your mother.
Namaste, madam. Namaste, sir.
Uncle is
Namaste, ji.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Namaste, sir.
नमस्ते. अरे मैडम,
हाँ,
आपसे सुन रही है। मैं तो इसमें डूब गया था, मुझे पता ही नहीं कौन कौन है।
डूब गए आपका आगे मुंह के पूरा।
मैं तो उसमें I was totally carried away with their songs, so I don't know. मुझे लगा
मैं देख रही हूँ मैं। आप दूसरे दुनिया में चले गए आप।
हाँ, रुचिका ने फोन करके बताया कि अरे भाई आप जाग जाओ। मैंने कहा मैं सो मेरी तो आंखें बंद थी खाली, because I went to that वो लाइव
सेपरेट दुनिया में चले गए सर आप। अलग दुनिया में चले गए।
म्यूजिक का लाइफ मेरा दूसरा है, मैं क्या करे।
हाँ सर, नहीं अब मैं क्यों करके बोले तो आपका गाना भी एक सुनना चाह रही हूँ मैं।
अच्छा जरूर सुनोगे।
हाँ, इसके लिए।
अरे बच्चे देखिए, आपके आंध्रा से मुझे कुछ मिला कि नहीं मिला मुझे भी मालूम है। ये बच्चे गाने वाले बहुत आपके कॉलेज में भी बहुत अच्छे अच्छे बच्चे मिले।
हाँ सर,
बहुत अच्छे अच्छे बच्चे मिले।
हाँ सर। आप संजय गाई क्या सर? संजय गाई क्या आज?
हाँ, संध्या भी गाएगी। संध्या मैडम, पहले एक बार सुजनी को गाने दो। सुजनी वेट कर रही है, उसके यहाँ पावर नहीं है ना, थोड़ा उसको पहले एक बार
आखिर में आपको तो गाना पड़ेगा सर, आखिर में तो आपको तो गाना पड़ेगा, एक किशोर कुमार का सॉन्ग बना। बस సంధ్య చాలా చక్కగా పార్టిసిపేట్ చేస్తున్నావు అమ్మా. మా వెబినార్ లో నిజంగా నువ్వు రెగ్యులర్ గా పార్టిసిపేట్ చేసి గ్రేసింగ్ దిస్ 3 days వెబినార్ కాదు, హిందీ వెబినార్ లో కూడా చక్కగా పార్టిసిపేట్ చేసావు. ఐఎమ్ రియల్లీ హ్యాపీ విత్ యూ. థ్యాంక్ యూ మా. థ్యాంక్ యూ.
संध्या रानी has got the best.
सर मेरी तरफ से संजय को एक अवार्ड दे देना.
थैंक यू मैडम, थैंक यू मैडम, थैंक यू मैडम.
नहीं एक सेशन का नहीं, पूरा एक होल 3 days का अवार्ड दे देना.
हाँ, वुमेन ऑफ द वेबिनार मिला ना इनको कल, वुमेन ऑफ द वेबिनार.
वाह, वेरी गुड, वेरी गुड.
Congrats संध्या मैम.
थैंक यू अनुया.
वो एक सेशन का दे दिए ना, इसलिए मैं बोल रही हूँ 3 days का दे देना. You deserve it, Sanjay.
Thank you,
deserve it.
Thank you.
Okay.
Sujini, are you there? Sujini, Nisha.
Yes sir. Yes.
You're singing the song, na?
Sir.
You song?
Yes, I think come.
1 second sir.
Start.
Jump in the deep end, transform but it's sinking. I don't know the reason, just need something different. You gotta hear what they're speaking, no, you gotta take what they're giving. Remember the meaning, this old folk song you'll be singing. Oh, I'ma raise my arms high, I'ma touch the skyline, I'ma sing it louder like, let me be free. Palivala Badra Vatakam, Kailendum Tamburati, Nalla Chanda Terumu Pichanu Kali, Kali Todangi, Nalla Chanda Terumu Pichanu Kali, Kali Todangi. Palivala, 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 Ganagani, Palivala, Palivala. Let me be free. Heartbeat raising, what you feel when the feet hit the pavement. Keep on reaching, hold on to what you believe in. Don't gotta love what they're teaching, no, don't believe what they're preaching. Remember the meaning. This old folk song we'll be singing. Oh, I'ma raise my arms high, I'ma touch the skyline, I'ma sing it louder like, let me be free. Palivala Badra Vatakam, Kailendum Tamburati, Nalla Chanda Terumu Pichanu Kali, Kali Todangi, Anganangani, Palivala Badra Vatakam, Kailendum Tamburati, Nalla Chanda Terumu Pichanu Kali, Kali Todangi. Palivala, 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 Anganangani, Palivala, Palivala, let me be free. Vedala Vahana Meri, പോകുന്നു തമ്പൂരട്ടെ ദാരിക പുറ സന്നിര തന്നിൽ ചെന്നടുക്കുന്നു അങ്ങനങ്ങനെ പോരിക പോരിനു വേണം അസുരേഷ ദാരിങ്കനെ പരമേശ പുത്രി രഘുപത്ര ജ്ഞാനനോത്തിന പലിവാല ഭദ്രവട്ടകം കൈലേന്തും തമ്പൂരട്ടെ നല്ല ചെന്നു തരുമ്പ ചെന്നു കാലി കളി തുടങ്ങി അങ്ങനങ്ങനെ പലിവാല ഭദ്രവട്ടകം കൈലേന്തും തമ്പൂരട്ടെ നല്ല ചെന്നു തരുമ്പ ചെന്നു കാലി കളി തുടങ്ങി. Thank you one and all. Thank you everyone for this exercise.
अभी
Excellent, absolutely amazing, very nice.
वो बताएंगे कि कैसा लगा आपको. मैडम बताइए कैसा लगा आपको.
बहुत अच्छा पढ़ा.
समझ में तो नहीं आया सर, लेकिन बहुत अच्छा है सुनने में. म्यूजिक तो एंजॉय कर सकते ना, समझ में नहीं आया तो समझ में नहीं आया सर, लेकिन अच्छा है सर, सुनने में तो बहुत अच्छा है.
हाँ, म्यूजिक सुनने में अच्छा है तो अच्छा है. हमको भी लैंग्वेज नहीं समझ में आता है, तेलुगु तो नहीं समझेंगे ना, पर हमको तो बहुत अच्छा लग रहा है कि भाई वो कान को.
हाँ, तेलुगु समझ जाते सर आप?
थोड़ा थोड़ा 1-2 words, not more than that.
बोलने नहीं आते लेकिन पूरे समझ जाते हैं.
कुंचम कुंचम. आपने एक चीज देख लिया कि मैं आंध्रा आया तो आंध्रा से ये सारे डायमंड्स तो कलेक्ट कर ही लिया. इतने सारे डायमंड्स हमको मिल गए. हम लोग रोज देखिए वेबिनार करते हैं, लेकिन शाम को 2 घंटा एंजॉय भी करते हैं.
हाँ सर.
पूरा दिन का टायर्डनेस खत्म हो जाता है हम लोग.
हाँ सर.
मैम कैन आई सिंग अनदर सॉन्ग?
अभी आपको संध्या रानी का गाना बाद में सुनाएंगे. पहले आपको मैं एक बहुत पुरानी सिंगर है हमारे साथ, उनका गाना सुनाता हूँ. ये आपके हिंदी डिपार्टमेंट की HOD जो है उनकी भी बहुत संगत है. और कल हम लोगों को सरस्वती जी के बारे में, सरस्वती माता के बारे में बहुत अच्छी चीज सुनाई थी. डॉक्टर डिपार्टमेंट में डॉक्टर कमला साई.
अच्छा सर.
मैडम एक बार फिर आपका गाना सुनने का मूड कर गया, देख लीजिए.
सुना ना है हिंदी गाना गाती हूँ सर.
हिंदी उनको समझ में आता है ना मैडम, गाइए.
हिंदी की टीचर है ना,
हिंदी सबको समझ में आता है सर, बात करने नहीं आता लेकिन समझ में सबको आते ना.
मैम
हिंदी की सरस्वती है.
मैम
हिंद देश के निवासी जन एक है, रूप वेश भाषा चाहे अनेक है. हिंद देश के निवासी सभी जन एक है, रंग रोग में भाषा चाहे अनेक है. बेला गुलाब जूही चंपा चमेली, बेला गुलाब जूही चंपा चमेली, प्यार प्यार फूल गूंथे माला तो एक है. प्यार प्यार फूल गूंथे माला में एक है. हिंद देश के निवासी सभी जन एक है, रंग रूप वेश भाषा चाहे अनेक है. गंगा जमुना ब्रह्मपुत्र कृष्णा कावेरी, गंगा जमुना ब्रह्मपुत्र कृष्णा कावेरी, जाके मिल गई सागर में, हुई सब एक है। जाके मिल गई सागर में, हुई सब एक है। हिंद देश के निवासी सभी जन एक है। रंग रूप वेश भाषा चाहे अनेक है। कोयल की कूक न्यारी, पपीहे की टेर प्यारी। कोयल की कूक न्यारी, पपीहे की टेर प्यारी। गा रही तराना बुलबुल, राग मगर एक है। गा रही तराना बुलबुल, राग मगर एक है। हिंद देश के निवासी सभी जन एक है। रंग रूप वेश भाषा चाहे अनेक है, चाहे अनेक है, चाहे अनेक है। धन्यवाद सर।
Very nice, ma'am.
Thank you.
बहुत
Ma'am,
अच्छा
can I sing? Ma'am, can I sing another song?
Wait. मैसेज भी इसके अंदर था।
हाँ सर, हाँ पुराना, बहुत पुराना गाना है सर ये।
हाँ
बहुत
लेकिन
पुराना
सब लोग भूल गए, इन्होंने याद दिलाया।
हाँ
हम सभी एक हैं, ये तो है।
हाँ
इन्होंने बता दिया कि
थैंक यू
सब
मैडम।
लोग भाषा अनेक है तो क्या हुआ, सभी जन एक है।
हाँ सर।
बहुत
Thank
बढ़िया
you,
गाया
sir.
मैडम, आपने बहुत बढ़िया गाया। आप तो
धन्यवाद सर।
हमारे हर वेबिनार में आपको आना पड़ेगा। अभी ये प्रॉब्लम हो गया, एक
हाँ
बार
जरूर सर, जरूर सर।
मेरे सेमिनार और वेबिनार में जिसने एक बार गाना गा दिया, समझिए बस फिर तो उसको छोड़ना ही नहीं है।
तो हम भी गाना
आपको तो ऐसे भी नहीं
हम
छोड़ेंगे
दे रहे
ना।
हैं सर, अच्छा अवसर।
आप गाना नहीं गाएंगे तो भी नहीं छोड़ेंगे आपको।
बहुत बढ़िया मैडम।
आप ही को बोलना
हाँ,
पड़ेगा,
thank
अरे
you,
भाई
thank you.
श्रीवास्तव जी मेरा पीछा छोड़ो, कहाँ आ रहे हैं बार बार यहाँ।
सर हम भी ऐसे हैं सर, आप छोड़ दे तो भी हम लोग छोड़ेंगे। छोड़ दे तो भी हम ले जाएंगे।
आपकी हिंदी मैडम तो बहुत बार बोलती है, अरे भाई इधर आना छोड़ दो, आप काहे को आते हो इधर, इतना दिमाग खराब करते हो, सब लोग परेशान होते हैं, आप मत आओ। लेकिन मैं फिर भी नहीं छोड़ता हूँ।
तो किसी भी वेबिनार में हमारा सुधा तो सर खाली मेरे पास ऐसे सुनते करते बस, एक बात भी पलट के बोल नहीं सकती, बोलती भी नहीं। ऐसा जो मेरे मुंह से निकलते ना सर, ऐसा करके चले जाती थी। इसलिए इतना सारे वेबिनार इसके ये कन्वीनर के जरिए मैं कर सकती हूँ सर। तो इतना अच्छा कन्वीनर मिले, इसलिए मेरे को तो बहुत फ्रेश मिल रहा है। दूसरे काम में थोड़ा। हाँ सर,
मेरा भी थोड़ा सा तरीका दूसरा है। मैं सोचता हूँ कि जो मेरे से जुड़ा हुआ है और जो मेरे को जानता है, समझता है, जो एक सिंपल है, उसको तो अपने साथ मिलाना बहुत इजी है। लेकिन जो मेरे बारे में बुरा सोचता है, जो मेरे बारे में सोचता है बहुत कड़क आदमी है, खराब आदमी है, उससे तो और ज्यादा मैं चिपकता हूँ कि भाई तुम ठीक से समझ लो। आगे से जब बाद में मेरे साथ आएगा तो ठीक से आएगा ना, फिर उसको पक्का कंफर्म हो जाएगा कि नहीं भाई ये तो आदमी गड़बड़ नहीं है। अभी सब पहले देखेंगे ना, बोलेगा अरे बाप रे इतना बड़ा बड़ा दाढ़ी, इतना जोर से बोलता है, अरे बाप रे ये तो बहुत बड़ा एटम बॉम्ब है, इससे बात ही मत करो। बाद में मिलने के बाद
वो पुराने वाले तो आपको कोई भी अगर समझते ना सर, वो कुछ नहीं समझते। लेकिन नए लोग जो आते ना सर, वो तो डर के मारे कुछ नए वालों को
मैं तो उनको नहीं छोड़ता हूँ, वो छोड़ देंगे तो छोड़ दे, मैं तो छोड़ नहीं रहा हूँ, मैं तो क्या जा रहा हूँ।
सर पहली बार देखने से डर हो जाते हैं, दूसरी बार होने से आपस में आते हैं, तीसरी बार देखने से चिपक कर जाते हैं।
लेकिन दूसरी बार आना ना सर, दूसरी बार तो आना ना, वही तो अगर दूसरी बार नहीं आएगा ना फिर मुश्किल होता है ना।
तभी छोड़ने के लिए भी बहुत मुश्किल होता है सर।
हाँ, इसलिए आपसे क्या
इसी माहौल में आपको एक बहुत बढ़िया सा चीज बताता हूँ।
हाँ बताइए
सर। जो है हम लोग सुने कि दो चीजें हैं, एक स्वर्ग है, एक नरक है।
हाँ सर,
हम लोग सब सुने ना, ऊपर स्वर्ग है, एक नरक है।
सुने लेकिन देखे नहीं ना सर कोई भी।
देखे नहीं, हमको तो नीचे धरती पे स्वर्ग नरक दिखता है ना, ऊपर जाने की जरूरत क्या है।
यस सर, इस कलयुग में सब कुछ सामने देखने के लिए मिलता है सर, जो नरक है या स्वर्ग है।
अभी मैं ये बच्चों का गाना सुन रहा हूँ, मेरे लिए स्वर्ग है। किसी को भूखा मरता देखूंगा वो नरक है, तो दोनों यही है मेरे को। तो अभी क्या है,
जो कुछ भी अपने आसपास जो कुछ भी है सर, उसको स्वर्ग बना लेना सर। वो हमारे हाथ में है ना, हमारे हाथ में है वो। सदगुरु बनाना, नरक बनाना वो हमारे हाथ में है, हमारा सोच।
यस मैडम, ये तो सच की बात है मैडम, वही है। अपने अपने हाथ में है, जो भी बनाना चाहते हैं वही बनाते
सर। वही तो ना, ये सर कोई भी डेथ और बर्थ और डेथ के बीच में एक है
ड्रामा है।
बर्तन डेथ गॉड के हाथ में है ना सर। बर्तन डेथ बोथ आर इन हैंड्स ऑफ गॉड।
यस,
only he is in our hand. Choice. We have to know whether it is heaven.
अब तो बर्थ को भी आदमी हाथ में ले लिया, टेस्ट ट्यूब बेबी बनाना शुरू कर दिया। कल्पना चावला को मून तक भेज दिया टेस्ट ट्यूब में पैदा करके। पैदा तो कर लेगा, मरना उसके हाथ में नहीं है। भगवान बोला कि मैं तुमको पेड़ पे चढ़ना तो सिखाऊंगा, उतरना नहीं सिखाऊंगा बेटा। पेड़ में चढ़ना सिखा दिया। तो मैं एक स्टोरी बता रहा था कि ऊपर जो नरक और स्वर्ग है, उसका मालिक जो है वो भगवान विष्णु है। और उसको देख रेख करने के लिए उन्होंने यमराज को छोड़ रखा है कि तुम जाओ इसका देख रेख करो। और साथ में उनके चित्रगुप्त भगवान होते हैं जो उनको अकाउंट लिखते हैं कि कौन आदमी कितना गंदा गंदा काम किया उसको नरक में भेजो, कौन अच्छा अच्छा किया उसको स्वर्ग में भेजो। वो डिसाइड करते हैं काम के हिसाब से, तो अकाउंट बुक्स रखते हैं, मेंटेन करते हैं। तो एक दिन क्या हुआ, विष्णु जी के पास 3-4 बदमाश लोग आ गए और उनको पिस्टल दिखा दिया। बोला अरे तुम यहाँ कैसे आ गया भाई, तुम लोग तो नरक वाला आदमी यहाँ कैसे आ गया, मेरे पास आके पिस्टल दिखा रहा। तो वो जाके उसको पूछे कि भाई ये क्या मैनेजमेंट है तुम्हारा, यमराज को पूछे। बोले तुम मैनेजमेंट ठीक करो, ये तो बहुत गड़बड़ है, ऐसे तो नरक वाला आदमी मेरे पास आके हमको गोली दिखाता है, बताओ बंदूक दिखाता है, ये क्या तरीका है। तो बोला अच्छा साहब 2 दिन का टाइम दे दीजिए, मैं सब ठीक करता हूँ। बोला ठीक है बताओ। 2 दिन के लिए वो फिर चित्रगुप्त को पूछा क्या करें। बोला साहब ये तो बहुत मुश्किल हो गया, क्योंकि हमारा इधर तो देवी देवता लोग पढ़ाई लिखाई करता नहीं है। अब वो धरती में जो है बहुत सारा लोग मैनेजमेंट का डिग्री लेके बड़ा बड़ा पीएचडी कर लिया, एमबीए कर लिया, मैनेजमेंट में पीएचडी कर लिया। तो बोला फिर क्या करना है। बोला वो धरती पे से किसी को पकड़ के लाते हैं। सब ठीक करने का। तो क्या किया। बोला क्या मतलब धरती पे चलेंगे। बोला हाँ। बोला ठीक है चलो फिर खोज के ले आते हैं। तो दोनों अपना वो टेलीपैथी से मारा शू नीचे, वो यमराज और चित्रगुप्त दोनों आया और सीधा कहाँ वो लैंड किया, दिल्ली में रामलीला मैदान पे। 10,000 लोग इधर खड़ा है और एक आदमी माइक लेके ऐसे बोल रहा है, सब चुप सुनता है। क्या मैनेजमेंट है यार इसका, कोई हिलता भी नहीं है, इतना तगड़ा बोल रहा है, ये कौन है। तो पता लगाया। बोला कौन है भाई। बोला ये बिहार का चीफ मिनिस्टर है लालू प्रसाद यादव। बोला अरे बाप रे इतना बड़ा मैनेजमेंट करता है ये अकेला बोलता है, इतना आदमी सुनता है, इसको तो इसी से बात करते हैं भाई। तो बोला ठीक है। तो जब उसका मीटिंग खत्म हुआ, लेक्चर खत्म हुआ, तो उसको जाके बोला इधर सुनो। बोला हाँ बताओ। बोला ये इसको मालूम है ये कौन है साथ में मेरे? बोला कौन है? बोला यमराज। अच्छा यमराज हैं, ठीक है, बोलो क्या बात है? बोला भाई तुमको थोड़ा हमारे साथ चलना पड़ेगा। कहाँ कहाँ? बोला ऊपर चलना होगा स्वर्ग नरक का मैनेजमेंट करने के लिए, सिखा के आना पड़ेगा उधर। बोला अच्छा ठीक है, तो फिर हम चलते हैं तुम्हारे साथ, लेकिन 2 मिनट का टाइम दो, घर में अपनी वाइफ को बता देंगे ना। बोला ठीक है। घर गया, वाइफ को बोला भाई हम जा रहे हैं जरा नरक में और स्वर्ग में। बोला क्या, तुम तो अभी जिंदा आदमी है, वहां क्यों जा रहा? बोला अरे भाई हम जा रहे हैं, इनका मैनेजमेंट गड़बड़ा गया है, थोड़ा देख के आते हैं, ठीक करके आएंगे। तो बोली कि ठीक है चलिए जाइए, तो अब की बार जो है स्वर्ग नरक को ठीके कर दीजिएगा एकदम। बोला हाँ एकदम ठीक कर देंगे, फिट करके आएंगे, चिंता मत। अब ये लोग तीनों लोग चले मैडम, सॉरी चित्रगुप्त और यमराज तो पहले चला गया, वो तो टेलीपैथी से घर पहुंच गया अपने। तो जब ये चलने लगे चित्रगुप्त और लालू प्रसाद यादव, तो जैसे आप चलते हैं ना, तो विशाखापट्टनम से निकले, दूसरा स्टेशन आया, तीसरा स्टेशन आया, ऐसे करके उधर भी आया, पहले ब्रह्मलोक आया। तो ब्रह्मलोक में लालू बोला 1 मिनट रुको रुको रुको। बोला क्या हो गया? बोला अरे यहाँ जाना है ना मिलने इससे। बोला इससे किससे, ये तो ब्रह्मलोक है। बोला तो ब्रह्मलोक में ही जाना है। बोला वहां क्या करेगा जाके? बोला अरे भाई ये ब्रह्मा मेरा स्कूल का साथी है, हमारे साथ स्कूल में खेलता था, हम लोग बैग खेलते थे, हमारा बैग चुरा लेता था, इससे मिल के आएंगे। बोला ब्रह्मा तुम्हारा दोस्त है? बोला हाँ। चला गया वहां, बोला मिल के आओ। तो गेट में गया, तो ब्रह्मा जी के गेट पे तो भाई बहुत सारा फूल माला रखा होता था, उनको चढ़ा होता था, बाहर रख देते थे लोग। तो वो उठा के 15-20 माला अपने गले में डाल लिया, वापस गया। बोला अरे ये तुमको माला कौन डाला भाई? बोला ब्रह्मा डाला ना। तो बोला क्या हम उसके साथ गिल्ली डंडा खेलते थे, हमारा बहुत पुराना दोस्त है, चलो तुम आगे बढ़ो। बाप रे बाप, ये तो ब्रह्मा का दोस्त है, बहुत गड़बड़ हो गया, ऐसा आदमी लेके आए हम। फिर रास्ते में आगे बढ़ा तो विष्णु लोक पड़ा। बोला 1 मिनट रुको, ये विष्णुआ से मिल के तो आए। कहा विष्णुआ कौन है बे? ये तो विष्णु लोक है, विष्णुआ बोलता है। बोला अरे ये हमारे साथ स्कूल में खेला है ना, तुम समझता नहीं है, रुको हमको मिल के आने दो। वहां गया, फिर उतना माला उठा के डाल लिया गले में गेट से, और वहां विष्णु जी का लेटर हेड रखा था और रबर स्टैंप रखा था, वो दोनों उठाया और ऐसे मार के स्टैंप और मोड़ के जेब में रख लिया, कुछ अपना मैसेज लिख दिया अपने हाथ से, चल दिया। बोला क्या हुआ? कहा कुछ नहीं, विष्णु हमको ये चिट्ठी दिया है। बोला अरे बाप रे, विष्णु तुमको चिट्ठी दिया? दिखाओ दिखाओ क्या है। तुमको क्यों दिखाएंगे, वहां चलो यमराज के पास, वहां बात करेंगे। लेके चल दिया जी। अब वहां गया तो यमराज जी बैठे हुए थे। बोले भाई ले आया उसको? हाँ ले आए। बोला कि कौन है, बात कराओ इससे ठीक से जरा। तो बात किया उससे, बोला हाँ जी अब तुम बताओ कैसे करेगा मैनेजमेंट तुम। तो बोला महाराज ये चिट्ठी पढ़ लो पहले। बोला चिट्ठी ये कहां से लाया? तो वो बोले चित्रगुप्त जी अरे भाई विष्णु जी इसको चिट्ठी दिए हैं। तो वो कुर्सी से कूद के यमराज नीचे आ गया। बोला अरे बाप, विष्णु तुमको चिट्ठी दिया है? ए भाई तुम कहां से आया है? तो उसको बोला, उसमें लिखा था यमराज ये आदमी लालू प्रसाद यादव मेरा बहुत घनिष्ठ मित्र है, बहुत अच्छा मित्र है, साथ में हम लोग पढ़े लिखे हैं, इसका खूब आओ भगत करना, स्वागत करना, खूब अच्छा खिलाना पिलाना, और ये मैनेजमेंट का एक्सपर्ट है, ठीक से सीख लेना कैसे होता है। तो बोला ठीक है। तो बोला अरे भाई आप यहाँ बैठिए कुर्सी में। तो यमराज जी अपना कुर्सी में उसको बैठा दिए, उसका पैर दबाने लगे। बोला ठीक है, खाना पीना खूब खिला के बोला ठीक है कल हमको मैनेजमेंट का हम थोड़ा आज देखेंगे, कल तुमको बताएंगे। दूसरा दिन क्या देखना था साहब, दूसरा दिन देखा तो इतना सारा नरक वाला लोग स्वर्ग में घूम रहा, स्वर्ग वाला लोग जो है नरक में बंद है। तो बोला ये उल्टा कैसे हो गया खेल? तो विष्णु जी देखे कि इतना सारा नरक वाला स्वर्ग में आ गया, स्वर्ग वाला नरक में चला गया, इसको तो मैनेजमेंट करने बोले ये उल्टा ही कर दिया, हुआ क्या ये? तो वो आ गए यमराज के पास, आगे पूछे भाई क्या हुआ, ये तुम क्या कर दिया? बोला साहब हम तो ये धरती से इतना बड़ा मैनेजमेंट का एक्सपर्ट आपके कहने पे लाए। बोला मेरे कहने पे किसको लाया बे? बोला आप चिट्ठी देके भेजे ना ये आदमी को। बोला हम कौन सा चिट्ठी दिए, किसको दिए? बोला तुम दिया ना इसको भाई महाराज, आप इस आदमी को दिया चिट्ठी। बोला चिट्ठी पढ़ के बोला ये कौन दिया इसको चिट्ठी? तुम इस आदमी को कहां से लाया? बोला धरती से। कारे पेड़ा घर खो तेरा, कलयुग में मैं तो धरती पे जा नहीं रहा हूँ इसके डर से, इसको तो उठा के यहाँ लाया। बोला हम खुद ही डर के मारे धरती पे नहीं जा रहे, इसके डर के मारे, आदमी के डर के मारे भगवान भी नहीं आ रहा। बोला तुम आदमी उठा के ऊपर लाया क्या? अरे इसको मरने के बाद लाता बे, जिंदा क्यों लाया? तो ये हाल है इंडिया में नहीं, पूरी धरती पे आदमी का ये हाल है कि भगवान भी डर रहा उससे। बोल रहा हम तो नहीं जाते, कलयुग में तो भगवान आ ही नहीं रहा। अभी बोल दिया छोड़ दो भाई, अब नहीं जाना उधर। तो ऐसा ही है जी मैनेजमेंट की बात। अब संध्या जी आप गाएंगी?
टाइम है सर, टाइम है।
कोई बात नहीं, हम लोग 5 मिनट तो बैठे ही हैं।
ओके सर, ओके।
संध्या के बाद आप गा के फिर
मैंने सुना दिया आपको। अभी गाना भी गाना है क्या?
नहीं, गाना और मैं इसीलिए बैठी हूँ ना यहाँ पर, कॉलेज में हूँ। संध्या
ओके। ईश्वर सत्य है, सत्य है, शिव है, शिव है, सुंदर है, जागा उठ कर देखो, जीवन जो उजागर है, सत्यम शिवम सुंदरम, सत्यम शिवम सुंदरम, ईश्वर सत्य है, सच ही शिव है, शिव ही सुंदर है, सत्यम शिवम सुंदरम, सत्यम शिवम सुंदरम, सत्यम शिवम सुंदरम, रामावध में, रामावध में, काशी में शिव, कान्हा वृंदावन में, दया करो प्रभु देखो इनको, दया करो प्रभु देखो इनको, घर घर के आंगन, राधा मोहन शरणम, सत्यम शिवम सुंदरम, सत्यम शिवम सुंदरम, एक सूर्य है, एक सूर्य है, एक गगन है, एक ही धरती माता, दया करो प्रभु एक बने सब, दया करो प्रभु एक बने सब, सबका एक से नाता, राधा मोहन शरणम, सत्यम शिवम सुंदरम, सत्यम शिवम सुंदरम, सत्यम शिवम सुंदरम।
సంధ్య చాలా బాగా పాడావమ్మా, వెరీ చాలా బాగుంది, నీ వాయిస్ చాలా స్మూత్గా ఉందిరా, చాలా బాగుంది.
Super performance.
थैंक यू अनुप्रिया।
हाँ चलिए, अब वो सुजनी है क्या इधर? सुजनी गाएगी? सुजनी नहीं है। चलिए मैडम, टाइम बहुत हो गया है 7:20, तो मैं मैडम की पूरी करता हूँ। एक गाना मैं सुना देता हूँ, नहीं तो मैडम नाराज हो जाएंगी। नाराज करना मेरे बस में नहीं है। मैं सिर्फ प्यार मोहब्बत की बातें करता हूँ, मेरे साथ कोई झगड़ा दुश्मनी की कोई बात है नहीं कहीं पे भी। मैं किसी के साथ लड़ाई नहीं करता हूँ, ना मैं किसी को नुकसान पहुंचाना चाहता हूँ। मेरा मिशन बहुत क्लियर है, मैं सिर्फ प्यार मोहब्बत की बात चाहता हूँ। तो मैं आपको प्यार मोहब्बत की ही गाने सुना सकता हूँ। कोई अपने ऊपर मत ले जाइएगा, कोई सिर्फ आप सुनिए बस, ठीक है?
नहीं,
प्यार दीवाना होता है, मस्ताना होता है, हर खुशी से हर गम से बेगाना होता है। प्यार दीवाना होता है, मस्ताना होता है, हर खुशी से हर गम से बेगाना होता है। क्षमा कहे परवाने से परे चला जा, मेरी तरह जल जाएगा यहाँ नहीं आ। क्षमा कहे परवाने से परे चला जा, मेरी तरह जल जाएगा यहाँ नहीं आ। वो नहीं सुनता उसको जल जाना होता है, हर खुशी से हर गम से बेगाना होता है। प्यार दीवाना होता है, मस्ताना होता है, हर खुशी से हर गम से बेगाना होता है। रहे कोई 100 पर्दों में, डरे शर्म से, नजर अजी लाख चुराए कोई सनम से। रहे कोई 100 पर्दों में, डरे शर्म से, नजर अजी लाख चुराए कोई सनम से। आ ही जाता है जिस पे दिल आना होता है, हर खुशी से हर गम से बेगाना होता है। प्यार दीवाना होता है, मस्ताना होता है, हर खुशी से हर गम से बेगाना होता है। सुनो किसी शायर ने ये कहा बहुत खूब, मना करे दुनिया लेकिन मेरे महबूब। सुनो किसी शायर ने ये कहा बहुत खूब, मना करे दुनिया लेकिन मेरे महबूब। वो नहीं जाता है जो पैमाना होता है, हर खुशी से हर गम से बेगाना होता है। प्यार दीवाना होता है, मस्ताना होता है, हर खुशी से हर गम से बेगाना होता है। मैं तो प्यार बांट सकता हूँ, प्यार बांट दिया।
आपको नहीं देखे तो सर ये किशोर कुमार का गाना ही देख रहे इसलिए मास्टर जी का गाना समझते देखते नहीं देखे तो सर पूरा किशोर कुमार।
मैडम आप लोग पसंद किए ये कम है क्या? हम लोग तो कहाँ गलियों में गाने वाले लोग हैं, कभी कभी ऐसे ही गा के अपना मन बहलाते हैं।
सर एज इट इज किशोर कुमार का वॉइस जैसे इसलिए मैं
from the meeting.
మేడం మీరు పాడండి
రేపు పాడతారు. ఇంతమంది సింగర్స్ దగ్గర మనం పాడడం కష్టం.
లేదు మేడం, పర్లేదు మేడం, పర్లేదు మేడం.
चलिए आपको अच्छा लगा, ये बहुत बड़ी बात है। लक्ष्मी, डॉक्टर लक्ष्मी, आदि लक्ष्मी जी हैं, आपको हिंदी में समझ आया ये गाना?
I don't understand Hindi, sir, but I enjoy Hindi movies and songs.
अच्छा, so you could understand this Hindi song.
Musical language आता है सर.
It was so melodious. You sang it very nicely. I was swaying. But I love Hindi movies. I enjoy watching Hindi movies.
Okay. Thank you very much. बहुत इसको पसंद किए, यही कम नहीं है, क्योंकि मेरा एक मिशन है प्यार बांटना। और प्यार बांटते चलो, इससे ज्यादा, इससे आगे कुछ भी नहीं है। आप किसी से कितना भी झगड़ा करें, दुश्मनी करें, किसी के साथ कुछ बुरा करें, उससे कुछ नहीं मिलेगा। प्यार बांटने से प्यार मिलेगा और प्यार आप दे सकते हैं। बस यही एक हमारा मिशन है। तो बस हम तो सीधे साधे फकीर हैं, आपको पता है। हमारा कोई बहुत बड़ा अपना कमाने का, अपना महल बनाने का कोई बहुत बड़ा मिशन नहीं है। मेरा तो, मैं सबसे बड़ा लैंडलॉर्ड अपने को मानता हूं, क्योंकि मैं देश का मालिक हूं। मैं किसी छोटे मोटे मकान का, किसी स्टेट का, छोटे मोटे शहर का मालिक नहीं बनना चाहता हूं, क्योंकि मैं भारत देश का मालिक हूं। कन्याकुमारी से कश्मीर तक पूरा मेरा प्रॉपर्टी है, मेरा अपना है। तो इसलिए हमसे बड़ा लैंडलॉर्ड भी कोई नहीं है इंडिया में अभी, है कि नहीं?
यस सर, यस।
हाँ, इसलिए मैं एक बहुत छोटा सा मामूली आदमी हूँ, जिसका फटा हुआ पैंट होता है, फटा हुआ जूता होता है। तो इसलिए आपको एक छोटा सा 2 लाइन और सुनाता हूँ कि मेरा जूता है जापानी, बलून इंग्लिशतानी, सिर पे लाल, फिर भी दिल हिंदुस्तानी।
हाँ सर,
अगर 4 देश के बीच हमने लगाए और उसके बाद भी निकल पड़े हैं खुली सड़क पर, अपना सीना ताने, अपना सीना ताने। सड़क पर अकेला निकलता हूँ सीना तान के, किसी का डर नहीं। क्यों? क्योंकि मैं गलत करता नहीं हूँ, गलत होने नहीं देता हूँ, झूठ बोलता नहीं हूँ तो झूठ बोलने नहीं देता हूँ। इसलिए निकल पड़े हैं खुली सड़क पर, अपना सीना ताने, अपना सीना ताने। मंजिल कहाँ कहाँ है रुकना, ऊपर वाला जाने, ऊपर वाला जाने। चलते जाएं हम सैलानी, फिर भी एक दरिया तूफानी, सिर पे लाल टोपी रूसी, फिर भी दिल है हिंदुस्तानी। बस यही फॉर्मूला मेरा है और इसी फॉर्मूले पे मैं चलता रहता हूँ। बस बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद आप लोग सुने, वो भी हमारे गाने को झेले, ये बहुत बड़ी बात है। हमारा गाना कोई झेल सकती है,
कल के लिए तुम्हें गाने बचना सर। कल आप फेयरवेल में गाने पड़ेगा आपको।
जी जी जी, कल तो बहुत
वेरी वेल,
बहुत कल आप लोग दिन भर रहिए, दिन भर बहुत सारे एंटरटेनिंग चीजें हैं। तो आप लोग रहिएगा तो उसमें मिलेगा सब कुछ, आप लोग एंजॉय भी करेंगे। क्योंकि देखिए, यही आप लोग अभी कई सारे टीचरों ने प्रेजेंट किया पेपर, जिसमें बोला कि बच्चों को आप बिठा देते हैं 8 घंटा पढ़ो और मोबाइल के ऊपर बैठे रहो, उसको इंटरेस्ट नहीं होता है। उस इंटरेस्ट उन लोगों को ये एक्टिविटी करना पड़ता है। जैसे वो डॉक्टर ब्यूला बेन सिंह बोल रही थी, आप बच्चे को प्यार से बात करिए, उसको एक्टिविटी दे दीजिए, कुछ मन बहला दीजिए। ऐसे करके हमको आप लोग जो पार्टिसिपेंट्स होते हैं उनके साथ भी ये करना होता है, तो आप 8 घंटा बैठते हैं। नहीं तो कौन बैठ रहा है, 8 बजने वाला है, कौन बैठता है फिर? तो लोग थोड़ा एंटरटेन भी हो जाते हैं, उनका टायर्डनेस भी खत्म हो जाता है और चलता। कल पूरे दिन बहुत अच्छी एक्टिविटीज हैं। कल स्पीकर्स भी बहुत अच्छे आ रहे हैं। ट्रिनिडाद एंड टोबैगो से हैं स्पीकर, साउथ अमेरिका से स्पीकर हैं, फिर हांगकांग से स्पीकर हैं, और बहुत सारे अच्छे स्पीकर्स हैं। आपके इंडिया से भी कुछ बहुत अच्छे माने जाने स्पीकर्स हैं जो आपको एजुकेशन के ऊपर ही और प्रोडक्टिविटी के ऊपर बताएंगे कल। तो कल आप लोग पूरे दिन उनसे यहाँ पे पूरा अच्छे नंबर में बैठिए, तो आप लोग को बहुत अच्छा लगेगा भी और आप अच्छा करेंगे। और मुझे लगता है कि बहुत देर हो गया, डॉक्टर अरुणा पद्मा बहुत देर से वेट कर रही हैं कि वोट ऑफ थैंक्स भी देना है उनको, काफी टाइम से बैठी हुई है बेचारी। तो डॉक्टर अरुणा पद्मा, आपको आवाज आ रही मेरी?
यस सर।
आप इस प्रोग्राम का एंड करने वाली हैं।
सर ये हमारे कॉलेज के बेंचमार्क है। टेक्नोलॉजी बेंचमार्क पूरे के ऑल डिपार्टमेंट्स के बेंचमार्क हो गए सर। बेचारे को इतना सब लोग डिपेंड हो जाते हैं इसको कर जाते के पास। और हमारे राव है तो मेरे साथ मेरे बाद पढ़ाई सर अभी तक। ओके सर, थैंक यू माँ। ओवर टू अरुणा।
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir, for giving me this opportunity. Most Honorable Dr. S. Shobarani, Madam, Principal, Vishakha Government Degree College for Women. Respected Sri DN Srivastava, Founder, Chairman, Tejasvi Astitva Foundation. Most valued guests and eminent speakers, learned colleagues, and my dear participants. A pleasant good evening to one and all. I am honored and feel privileged to have the opportunity to propose formal vote of thanks on closure of second day of international webinar on future education and career COVID-19 aftermath. I, G. Aruna Padma, on behalf of Vishakha Government Degree College for Women Fraternity, Tejasvi Astitva Foundation, and the entire team, participants, and on my own behalf, I extend a very hearty vote of thanks to all the speakers for sharing their precious knowledge, findings, and experiences with us. At the outset, we are very lucky enough to have very eminent, resourceful, and accomplished speakers today. We are very grateful to all the honorable speakers for taking out time of their busy personal and professional schedules. I wish to express my thanks to Mr. Sai Vinay, engineer from New Jersey, who threw light on situation of international students in USA, role of college administration in accommodating international students, and job prospects and deportation. We had a very interactive session. Thank you, sir. I express my sincere gratitude to Professor Hamid, critic, filmmaker, actor, a university professor from Iran. Sir enriched us how COVID revolutionized cinema education, threats posed to traditional careers which may disappear, and pop-up of new career opportunities in post-production activities like editing, coloring, and special effects. He also stressed on need of reskilling. I would like to convey our heartfelt thanks to our distinguished speaker, Dr. Beulah Bell Bensi, Professor, Assistant Department of Education, Mother Teresa Women's University, Tamil Nadu, for her thought-provoking session on SWOT analysis, which is a technique used to analyze, present, and predict the future. She also explained us how we can use these results to take strategic decisions and how to match strengths to opportunities and converting threats to challenges and weakness into strength. Madam gave us very interesting and insightful presentation on SWOT analysis of future education post-pandemic. I also extend sincere thanks to Mr. Sumit Kumar, Coordinator, Social Scientist at Budapest, Hungary, for his insightful session on Sociology of Knowledge, Threat of Ideological Indoctrination in the Era of Pandemic.
I also would like to acknowledge our gratitude to Dr. D.K. Giri, Professor of International Politics, Jamia Millia Islamia, for his insightful session on how education should be given prime importance and the need of value-based education. Sir also advocated the introduction of globalism and comparative approach in teaching. I would like to take this opportunity to place on record our hearty thanks to our chairperson of the webinar, Dr. A. Shobharani, Principal, Vishakha Government Degree College for Women, who have been a constant support in conducting this webinar. I must mention our deep sense of appreciation to Sri DN Srivastava, Founder Chairman of Tejasvi Astitva Foundation, for flawless conduct of this webinar and arranging such eminent speakers. I would also like to convey special thanks to our convener, Dr. K. Sudha, Senior Assistant Professor, Vishakha Government Degree College for Women, for organizing for the perfect planning and execution of this webinar. I also extend heartfelt thanks to Ms. Ruchika, Ms. Hemanta, Anuhya for their excellent coordinating. And a very, very special thanks to all the singers and the dancers who entertained us, who lightened the environment and really delighted us. For all of them, a special thanks from my side. And I'm also grateful to all the presenters, paper presenters, for their interesting and enriching presentations, which led to very thought-provoking discussions. Last but not the least, I thank you all the participants for showing your interest in the program and for their cooperation extended for conduct of this webinar. Thank you so much for paying your valuable attention and active participation. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, madam. Thank you, madam.
And I want to thank especially the children, students of the colleges who are here and who has entertained so much, including Dr. Kamla Sai, especially, who has been singing like young students, and she has been mixing up since yesterday. Whole day she was sitting in the webinar. Today, whole day she has been sitting in the webinar, and I think only except for going for lunch, she has not gone anywhere. And so I thank Dr. Kamla Sai especially for this. All the students, including Anuya, Hemanta, and Sujini, Nisha, Lohita, all the students who have sung songs.
So you forgot Richika.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Ruchika, you will tell, na? Anuya, not me. Ruchika, you are going to tell. And most importantly, the teachers of the colleges who have presented the paper, like I interacted with two teachers who are sitting here since morning, Dr. Adi Lakshmi and Dr. Surekha Polimi from Lankapalli Bhulaiya College, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
Lankapalli Bhulaiya,
yes, sir.
Visakhapatnam. They have done quite a good amount of research also, and they have presented the whole paper and taken a lot of time to explain all the things about education. It was a really marvelous thing. The event that you had presented, it was really marvelous.
It's a pleasure, sir. Thank you very much for giving this such a nice opportunity.
Not thank me. I should thank you last time also, because you have given us the opportunity to hear what you have received in your research. You were keeping it hidden in your bags. You have taken it out today to us, and so I thank you all to give me the information that you had. And last but not the least, Dr. Shobharani, who has been so nice and so cordial to collaborate with us. And it is very difficult for people to collaborate with people like us. It is really very difficult, and it is a tough thing. Nobody can even think of collaborating with NGOs who are working on human rights and issues like we are handling. So she has taken all the courage of having us as collaborators is a very, very big issue. Thank you very much, ma'am. Thank you very much. And Dr. Sudhakari, who has been a constant support to us in doing everything. She has chalked out the programs, and she has done so many things for the webinar, which I could not do. Deciding the certificates, where to go, how to go, the designs, the everything what she has done. And then Mr. Sujit Kumar, who is our spinal cord. Sujit Kumar and Ruchika is our spinal cord of the NGO, because they are managing and handling the entire IT platform. In our control room, we have, for the webinar, 8 workstations are working on high-speed fiber optics, and it is very, very difficult to manage all these things, online broadcasting, the online transmission on the channel, on everything is unbroken. Yesterday, right at 9:30, there was a massive power supply failure from the entire northern grid that failed power supply to entire Delhi, including Prime Minister House. Everywhere there was no power. And at that time also, our program was not stopped because of these people. They had all power backups and everything with them. So we are grateful to all these people who have managed such hardships and situations, and they have still been able to run the program very, very nicely. Thank you all very much for joining us in this webinar. Please don't forget to meet us tomorrow right at 10 a.m. because tomorrow is the final third day of the webinar, where we are having very eminent speakers from South America, Trinidad and Tobago, and Hong Kong. Besides having all Indian speakers who are very eminent speakers from India. So please don't forget to be here right at 10 a.m. because we will start our program right at 10 a.m. And till then, keep watching the DN News. And see you tomorrow morning. Goodbye. Namaskar. Shabba khair.
Okay.
Namaste. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you.